divided or burdened. It grows when shared and is the greatest of all wealth. Respected guests, distinguished speakers, esteemed faculty members, and fellow finance enthusiasts. I, Akash Agarwal, coordinator of Infinix, the Student Finance Committee of XIM University, take immense pride and sincere pleasure in welcoming you all to Privitti 2025. It is indeed an honor to commence this business conclave that brings together visionary leaders, accomplished professionals, and aspiring minds to exchange ideas, perspectives, and insights that enrich our collective understanding of finance and its evolving dimensions. Privileged 2025 is not just a finance event, it is a confluence of ideas and a platform for deep engagement on the future of financial markets. This year, our theme, Shaping Tomorrow's Market, Technology, Trust, and Transformation, invites us to explore wealth tech, geopolitics, high frequency trading, and digital transformations, with charting the evolution of finance and the pivotal trends shaping our careers, which will help us understand emerging technologies, global market dynamics, regulatory innovations, and new investment strategies necessary for thriving in the rapidly changing financial landscape. First, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the respected Vice Chancellor, Reverend Dr. Father K.S. Casimir S.J., respected Registrar, Reverend Father S. Anthony Raj S.J., respected CFO, Reverend Dr. Father Alokya Das B.S.J., our Dean, Pradyumna Kumar Mohanty, our Associate Dean, Dr. Ashok Kumar Mishra, our Faculty Coordinator of Infinix, Dr. C.A. Abhimanyu Sahu, and the dedicated efforts of everyone involved in making this event possible. With that note of gratitude and excitement, I now invite Parth and Sanjana to take charge and guide us through the rest of this remarkable event with their enthusiasm and charm. So, without further delay, let's begin Privitti 2025 with a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Akash, for steering the event so well. Now I, Sanjana Khare,
I'm Arshini
I'm excited to take over and carry the event forward. To symbolize heartfelt welcome and appreciation, I now invite the dignitaries and faculty members to come forward and present something to our respected leader as a mark of respect and warm hospitality.
I now invite respectively Dr. Pradyumna Kumar Mohanty to please come forward and present the token of gratitude to Father Registrar, Father S. Anthony Rajesh. Now, I request sir to present the token of gratitude to Mr. Mohammed Ibrahim. I request sir to present the token of gratitude to Mr. Anupit Chaudhary.
हो गया नेक्स्ट टाइम शेयर नहीं होगा
वो चेक कर दीजिए साउंड तो यहाँ पे दिखा रहा है
Present the token of gratitude to Mr. Pradeep Raj.
सेटिंग्स हाँ ये बटन
ये है आपका जीरो यानी कि पूरा मेन वन
Now,
है
I
फोर
request sir to present the token of gratitude to Mr.
टू
Mazam
ब्लैंक
Sahib.
है थ्री है पूरा पैनल इधर से आएगा ठीक है फोर है सिर्फ टीवी नहीं पीपीटी भी है
Now, I request sir to present the token of gratitude to Mr. Rahul Raj.
इस साइड ऑडियंस सिक्स ये ऑडियंस ठीक है मतलब वन से पूरी दरकार है वन से पूरी दरकार है मेरे पास ये जीरो है ये जीरो
Thank you,
वन में
everyone.
ये पोडियम टू
Ladies and gentlemen,
हाँ,
to
देखो,
mark the
मैं one कर
auspicious
रहा हूँ।
beginning of Privitti 2025,
वन
we will now have the traditional lamp lighting ceremony.
टू
This symbolic act represents the
Three.
illumination of knowledge, the dispelling of
Analysis.
ignorance, and the kindling of wisdom and
Six.
inspiration that will guide us throughout the event.
और फाइव ये सिक्स और
Accordingly,
N
invite
वाला
our
zero.
respected Father Registrar, Dean Sir, Associate Dean Sir, Faculty Coordinator in Phoenix, and leaders to please come forward and light the ceremonial lamp.
I request everyone to stand up for the prayer.
आगे
स्वस्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु सर्वेषां मङ्गलं भवतु सर्वेषां स्वस्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु सर्वेषां मङ्गलं भवतु सर्वेषां स्वस्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु
As a light flex, make it flies on, we seek knowledge fearlessly, embrace innovation courageously, and work to better trust and transformation as a guiding principle. A heartfelt thank you to our esteemed guests for inaugurating this event with the light of us.
First, on behalf of the organizing team, let me extend a heartfelt
ये एक
welcome to
रहेगा।
our distinguished
यहाँ
dignitaries,
पे आना है
our
तो भी
respected
एक
dean, Dr. Pradyumna Kumar Mohanty, whose guidance
ये
is a
चूज
source of
रहेगा
strength
हरदम
and his blessing came
अगर
with
ये
wisdom
हो
in our
जाता है
academic
तो
journey.
कैमरा
I
दूसरा
request sir
सिलेक्ट हो
to
जाएगा
please come forward
एक
and
को ही
share his
सिलेक्ट
thoughts.
करना है वन से पोडियम जीरो से पूरा टोटल तीन से पैनलिस्ट
Honorable guests,
फाइव ये सिक्स
Sri Rahul Raghavan from Arclis, Sri Maj Ansari from Axis Capital Limited, Sri Mohammad Ibrahim from BNY, Sri Anirudh Chaudhary from Beyond IRR and Global, Madam Pravleen Vajpayee, FinFix Research and Analytics, Honorable Registrar, Infinix Coordinator, Professor Abhimanyu Sahu, Associate Dean, Professor Ashok Mishra, my dear faculty colleagues, my dear Infinix member, all the members of the Infinix team, and my dear students. It's an honor and privilege to give the welcome address to this wonderful event called Privitti 2025, which is an annual business conclave of School of Commerce. First, I must congratulate the team for selecting a topic which is very timely and apt, that is shaping tomorrow's markets, technology, trust, and transformation. I was going through the topic, I was looking at the topic again and again, and I was thinking, what shall I talk? What shall I say in my inaugural address? Market is there, has been there, and will be there, but the whole world is shaping. And who is shaping? Everyone, each one of us. How? With the help of technology, by building trust, and that's a transformation. If I take the first pillar, if these are the three pillars, if I take the first pillar, that is technology, technology has been there for many years. But nowadays, when we talk about technology, the first thing that comes to mind is fintech. Technology has been there in education, technology has been there in medicine, in finance, in banking and finance world. But for some reason, when it comes to technology, we think it is fintech, financial technology. And it's true that fintech is disrupting the financial world, financial industry
नहीं समझ में पीछे बताना ठीक है
for quite some time.
For the time.
But is this new?
नहीं आ रहा
In my view, it is not new at all. Since mid-90s, I think banking industry is the first to have adopted technology to provide better financial services. But now with the advent of internet, smartphones, and many other technological advancements, this finance world is undergoing a revolution. And this fintech world has given us exotic, new terms and added to our vocabulary. We say fintech, we say artificial intelligence, we say blockchain technology, and so on. Blockchain, I really, if I admit, no, I don't understand what is blockchain, how it works. I'm not a thinker. But I'm using technology to some extent. Depending on my understanding level, you are the masters. And we have industry people who are the masters. So this change in the technology, which has been there and will be there, is changing at a very rapid pace. The advancement of technology has forced many business entities to change their business model, either the change or the perish. Now, in this ecosystem, there are many players. If I talk about the consumers, due to consumers, the fintech world is changing. I always say that due to the educated customers, the product life cycle is shortening. So we have to change, we have to adapt, we have to embrace the technological advancement. And this technology is not the forte of only the IT professionals. We as individuals, we as consumers are also bringing this change. We have adopted this change very fast. That is why the fintechs are successful, remaining successful, and will bring more success, will bring more changes to the finance world. Second is the startups. Startups are bringing new innovative ideas, and when it is combined with technology, wonderful things happen. There is another thing which comes to my mind, that is the companies that develop this technology. Because of them, the fintech is possible. Because of them, we lead a very happy life. Because of them, our many problems, you know, the way we have been living, the way we have been doing business, the way we have been, doing certain things in the past has undergone several changes, and technology has brought many, made things, made our lives easy. At the same time, we also hear that due to this technological problem, the business has suffered. And that is technological disruption. We say technological disruption. Disruption is a good thing. The disruption will happen. But sometimes we hear about technological disaster due to which business suffers. Companies have shut down their business. Why this happens? If disasters happen, technological disasters happen, then there is it will the customers, the users of this technology will shy away from the business. So the trust has to be built by the company that provides this technology, the company that develops this technology, and this trust will act as the glue between the users, the company that provides this technology, and the company that develops this technology. So trust is very, very important. To gain trust, the companies have to invest a lot in technology. So technology combined with trust will lead to transformation. When we say transformation, transformation will come in different ways. We should be capable of recognizing those transformations, and we should be capable of understanding them and grabbing the opportunities. And to grab those new transformations, the young minds like you, the finest professionals like you, have a big role. In today's conclave, we have luminaries from the finance world. They will be discussing and sharing their thoughts on this important topic. I'm sure we'll get an insight as what is happening in the industry today. We may teach something in the classroom, but many other things are happening outside the world. To bridge that gap, we will listen. Let us be curious to know those things from our experts today. I am sure we all will benefit from this discussion, from this business conclave. We have five luminaries, five experts in their respective fields will be sharing their thoughts, and let us take advantage of this. I wish you all the very best and welcome all the guests once again. Thank you for taking your time. Thank you for spending time with us. I hope we'll have a very meaningful and insightful discussion. Thank you. I also thank our Father Registrar. He has come from his busy schedule to inaugurate this event. So thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and blessings. Your vision continues to enlighten our path and motivate us all.
Now, I welcome our registrar, Father S. Anthony Rajeshri, whose commitment to academic excellence and meticulous administration inspires us and share a few words of inspiration.
Respected Dean, Professor Pradyumna Kumar Mohanty, School of Commerce, Exam University, respected guest speakers of the day, respected Professor Abhimanyu Sahu, the faculty coordinator for Infinix, respected Professor Mishra, the associate dean, respected faculty colleagues, invited guests, my dear students and friends from the media. A very warm good morning to each one of you. First of all, congratulations and gratitude to the functional committee of the School of Commerce, Master of Management Studies, infants, for hosting yet another edition of Privitti. And I congratulate Akash, Avni, and the entire 25-member team, Core and Shadows, for hosting this event. A big round of applause to our own. Friends, we have given to ourselves in this edition of Privitti how technology, trust and transformation are shaping tomorrow's markets. Our experience, our foretelling is based on what is happening here and now. How are these shaping in today's markets? And in my address, I wish to dwell on the connect between the technology, trust, and transformation. Now, we all know that technology is the engine of change, that it drives change. And the technologies that we have now, be it artificial intelligence, automation, blockchain, cloud computing, analytics, are indeed transforming business models and operations. We are very well aware of that. And more technology is shaping how we live, how we market, how we consume, and how we go about in our everyday life. Now, if this technology has become so pervasive and very personal, trust, the first task that we have as human beings, becomes more crucial than ever. And therefore, customers, partners, regulators demand transparency, digital security, ethical AI, and responsible use of this huge amount of data. So, building trust through innovation, responsible innovation, is a strategic lever. Therefore, only those companies that demonstrate this trust, this fairness, privacy, and security gain both the market share and social license. So that is the connect between the technology and the trust. And this transformation that is going on, it is not just about tech upgrade. It is fundamentally about how organizations create value and sustain that value. And hence, this transformation involves new business models. I see that among the five, there are two founders, from among the five guest speakers that we have. Agile cultures, sustainable practices, and collaborative ecosystems. And this is the transformation that is already happening at even as of now, that which we foresee, in the future when we talk about shaping of tomorrow's markets. And therefore, tomorrow's most successful markets we foresee as of now will be shaped by organizations that leverage cutting edge technology, earn and keep that trust, and embrace holistic transformation that create innovation, inclusiveness, and long-term sustaining value. May the conversations that we have with these five industry leaders who have taken their time to be with us add more value to your own learning, because every event which is so meticulously planned, under the guidance of the faculty coordinator. For this, we have Dr. Privitti Sahu, the entire school led by Professor Pradyumna Kumar Mohanty and Dr. Mishra and esteemed faculty colleagues. This is very crucial, these sort of events, and therefore we expect fuller, conscious, and total participation. Wish you the very best. God bless us all.
Thank you, sir, for your dedicated efforts, valuable guidance, which play a crucial role in our institution's success. We're deeply grateful to our esteemed dignitaries for their valuable words. Your words have motivated us all and set a positive tone for the remainder of it. I will now request our leaders and our respected dignitaries to come forward for the conclusion.
Ma'am, could you please join? Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. I now invite our esteemed leaders and faculty members to join us for the high decision. Students are requested to be seated.
Madam, I tell you, you believe or not, trust me, I will show you once more.
भाई जयदीप जहाँ से मैंने मना किया साइड से
अभी तो
अभी के लिए जा सकते हो
साइड
अभी
से
चल जाओ अभी चल जाओ अभी तो कोई नहीं है
आस्था अरे इसके साथ इसके साथ मत दौड़ो अरे लिख के
आप लोग डिफेंस करते हैं
And this report is going on in Japan. विजयनंद को बोलो मेरा राजेश की नोट में कॉल हमारा हाईएस्ट लेवल जाएगा ठीक है आप उधर से बाहर लेकर मेरे बाद 4 महीने बाद मैंने भूल गया प्लेस वगैरह है ना अभी अभी पहुंच अच्छा इस पे नहीं आया है ठीक है
एंड
कहाँ से होता है भाई बिल्कुल आवाज नहीं आ रही है मेरे को एक मिनट भेज दे
व्हाट्सएप कॉल पे हाँ बोल देखिए हाँ
एक बार तो चेक करना है
नहीं वो कर लिया
रजिस्टर हो रहा है
हाँ वही उसको पहुंच
बैकड्रॉप वगैरह नहीं है ना इस सिस्टम में अभी इंटरनेट नहीं आ रहा
किसको कॉल करना है आपको
दीपाली को
ओके
अभी
मेरे पास
लाइट ऑफ लैंप हो गया तो बता देना
वो उनका headache।
तो करना है कॉल आपको
बीच में आ जाएगा
टेंशन तो ये तो इसकी फोटो लेंगे एक बार वो चेंज हो जाए टेबल
नहीं लग रहा तुम्हारा भी।
मेरा कनेक्टेड है उनका ऑफ है
हाँ रुको।
उसकी बात दीपाली का
ओके पॉज तो नहीं होता है। हाँ ठीक है ठीक, वो हो गई, बात हो गई।
बात हो गया शुभांगी कर रही थी
वो करो। इसमें देखना कौन सा अकाउंट खुला है। रुको। यश इसका वो दिखाना, ईमेल आईडी दिखाना। तुम लोग का प्रिविटी वाला बैकड्रॉप है ना, ये वाला इस मेल आईडी पे भेजना जरा। इसको बैकड्रॉप लगा के रख देंगे। लाइव स्ट्रीम ऑन करके तो पॉइंट नहीं होगा।
ये जो बैकड्रॉप है ना बैकड्रॉप है वो इस ईमेल आईडी पे media@xuv.edu.in नहीं है
रोहित बैकड्रॉप वीडियो बैकड्रॉप
वीडियो नहीं, फोटो फोटो फोटो। हाँ
बैकड्रॉप
फोटो
का
चाहिए।
फोटो चाहिए ना
वीडियो नहीं चलेगा। हाँ हाँ
ये वाला फोटो जो है ईमेल आईडी
इस ईमेल
और स्क्रीन फ्रीज होती है तो स्क्रीन फ्रीज कर दो, सब लाइव में जा रहा है। ऋतिक वहाँ पे जाके बोलो स्क्रीन फ्रीज हो सकती है क्या, सब लाइव में जा रहा है। हाँ तो करवाओ
हाँ तो फिर उसको पीपीटी
हाँ अभी स्क्रीन फ्रीज करवाओ सबसे पहले। बाद में और एक बार ले लेना DSLR से एक साथ। हाँ हाँ एक बार के बाद अभी होगा टाइम। उसमें ज़ूम क्यों किया था? दो हो गया ना? ठीक है।
ये ठीक है
हाँ हाँ अभी
टाइम लगेगा
ऐसे होता है, लास्ट मिनट होता है अपना काम। इनको फील भी हो रहा है क्या?
कर रहे हैं एक्चुअली लोग पीपीटी में लगता है
नहीं, इनको एक काम करो, उनको जाके बोल दो कि स्क्रीन फ्रीज कर दे जो प्रोजेक्टर है। है ना? और मेरे को तुम्हारे शैडोज को बोलो हाँ हाँ, क्योंकि लाइव स्ट्रीम हो रहा है ना, अभी हम लोग बैकड्रॉप मंगा रहे हैं। हाँ इनको मीडिया में जिसको पानी वगैरह होती है।
हाँ मैं बोल रहा हूँ मुझे पूछ हैं बोल
अपनी शादी में कोई भी
तो भेजा है शायद।
भेजा है?
हाँ
देखना।
भेजा भाई,
हाँ हाँ जी।
वीडियो भेजा भाई।
नहीं वो फोटो
नहीं भाई, इसमें सिर्फ वीडियो है।
अरे यार रोहित पीडीएफ चलेगा पीएनजी चलेगा?
देख लेंगे। नहीं पीएनजी चाहिए।
पीएनजी डाउनलोड करो।
सेटअप एक सेकंड वो खोलना वो खोलना लाइव स्ट्रीम खोलना
वो भैया ही कर गए।
गाइस।
ओ भाई
सामने से
साहब,
हटो।
सॉरी, आपको नहीं, उसको।
नहीं यू कैन
शेयर स्क्रीन
हाँ
में।
बस ठीक है। भेज दिया।
एक्स्ट्रा ये media@xuv.edu.in।
media@xuv.edu.in।
नहीं सब नहीं है। इसके पीछे का नहीं है। लैंप लाइटिंग नहीं है।
लिया सर ये
आ
था।
गया पहले लोड करो उसको।
अबे
राइट क्लिक करके डाउनलोड कर लो। सेव इमेजेस। नहीं ओपन कर लो पहले स्क्रीनशॉट मत करो। ज़ूम करके लेते ना इससे ये आता ये आता
माउस दिया हुआ तो उससे क्यों करता है?
अरे भाई माउस हम देखा ही नहीं।
फुल स्क्रीन। अच्छा नहीं फुल स्क्रीन तो बाद में होगा। हाँ ठीक है अब उसको ऐड कर दो पहले वहाँ पे जाके। ये सब तुम लिए फोन
तो तू
जूम इन करके वहाँ पे फुल स्क्रीन कर दो अब इसको फुल स्क्रीन कर दो। वहाँ से तुमने जूम इन किया है इसको हाँ जूम और तुम वहाँ पे लास्ट में हाँ ठीक है। एक बार मैं लाइव में देखती हूँ।
बट यही प्रॉब्लम होगा कि बीच में आ गया।
जो भी कर रहे हो ना लाइव में यहाँ पे अपने को लिंक आया होगा उसमें चेक करते जाओ कैसे हो रहा है।
वो चलेगा तब।
कुछ नहीं आ रहा है।
शेयर स्क्रीन में हो रहा है।
हाइड कर दो उसको सबसे पहले। नहीं वापस जाओ। शेयर एंड कर दो विंडो मत करो।
ठीक।
मैं बस ये स्टार्टिंग के 2-3 दे रहा हूँ लास्ट में 2-3
हाइड करो। ये डबल वो आ रहा है।
क्यों आ रहा है?
भाई अंजलि ये डबल क्यों आ रहा है? We need to just add the backdrop.
Okay, so you need to turn off the screen first. No. Share screen कर. हाँ. Entire screen कर. Okay. Now go to that. Share. Now open. हाँ. इसको full screen करके छोड़ दो.
अबे डबल आ रहा है ये तो मैं बोल रही हूँ। यहाँ बैकड्रॉप आ रहा है यहाँ पे
लाइव स्ट्रीम।
लाइव जो भी सामने लाइव पे आ रहा है जगह उनको बोलो कि
ठीक
सामने से
है।
मत बैठो।
साइड से है ना?
नहीं ग्रुप में नहीं। जगह तुमको ही बोलना है
हाँ,
और
ठीक
मुझे
है।
लोग नहीं दिखने चाहिए।
ठीक है।
नहीं कैमरा ऑफ कैसे होता है?
इससे ऊपर
करो।
होगा। लेकिन फिर वो ब्लैक और
नहीं, रुक हाँ हाँ परफेक्ट।
Understood what I did? You understood what I did?
एक बार वापस बता दीजिए। एक बार वापस बता दीजिए आप क्या किए।
Camera off किया?
हाँ, और फिर शेयर स्क्रीन कर दिया बस।
And listen, you don't need to sit here 24/7. अब ये लोग चले जाएंगे, करो, जब आप फ्रेंड्स का बैठो, वापस आना, चेंज करना, वापस आना।
ठीक है।
Sure?
अरे भाई आफ्टर
Did you see he already came yesterday? I mean, I like the initiative. Pay attention. लिखा है आपने? But I like it.
कौन कौन बोलना हेलो प्लीज जल्दी आना 10 बार कॉल कर जल्दी 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 फोन में लिख ले प्रज्ञा को बोल दे इसके साथ हाँ हाँ
ये एग्जाम में
मैं तो साथ ऋषिका ऋषिका ऋषिका
अरे नहीं हाँ हो गया काम हो गया
with the help of technology to use that. So, if you look at this sort of thing of the human beings has given rise to artificial intelligence, machine learning, neural networks, so on and so forth. And today, more things are going to be unveiled, and they will certainly change our life and make our life easy. And we have to coexist with it. We can't just simply say that this sort of the technologies, the AI, is going to be overpowering human brains. So they'll be kind of outsmarting us. So it's not that. We have to coexist. We have to take the benefit of technology and this AI, and we have to together work for the betterment of the human society. So if you look at the transformation of the society and the marketplace. Today, the life we live, if you minus out technology there, it will be very, very rough and rushed. So, yeah, every day in, day out, we wake up in the morning without help of technology. We can't even imagine the day-to-day rituals or day-to-day work which we do. So, technology is inevitable and it will be there in our life. So, the fact is, it's all about accepting them and embracing them. And market is not an exception. Business is not an exception. So you see those businesses, those players, those societal institutions, those are very, very vocal, very, very aggressive in accepting the technological innovations and transformation. They are at the forefront. And those which are not up to that, sort of open-minded, or they are sort of little, you could say that conservative in accepting technological innovation. So they are left behind. For example, Nokia is a very clear example. So if you look at so how technologies they have accumulated value and wealth, in this business world. I generally give you examples in my classes that look at a newly born baby Zomato. The valuation is 3 lakh crore. Look at a company like Asian Paints, the grandfather. Valuation is 2.5 lakh crore. This is what the power of technology. So technology with Zomato, it has created a value of 3 lakh crore, where the company of legacy of several years, like this a very established company, could manage to have a market valuation of 2.5.
Right.
Like, so this is what the power of technology, and the value creation in this society we have seen. So today, the event which the team Infinix and the school with the commendable leadership of Adil sir and the faculty member support. So we have organized that. It's very apt and pertinent that the technology, trust, and transformation, because the conduit between the society and the business is the technology, which should be trustworthy. You are every day paying by wallet, UPI wallet, so thousands of rupees. So you must be trusting the particular application or any other sort of any application or any website you're using for doing your things. That must be trustworthy, dependable, reliable. So trust is a kind of inseparable part of the technology. Without trust, no technology would be giving social license or sociable. So trust is needed and is within the DNA of technology. And technology with trust, or which can cultivate, which can command trust from the society, would be transformative, no doubt. So we have seen those technologies which are trustworthy. They have respected our freedom, our privacy, our independence, our individuality, are dependent, are relied by people, by the society, and they transform our life. For example, us five, we tend to have files to do office works, like paper files or so, like folders we tend to carry today. So our files, our folders are in the laptop. We say even MS Office, Microsoft Office. Okay, so everything is digitized and virtual. So this is what the power of technology that transform our life, made our life easy. And we have, you can get rid of physical cash now. We are all living a life with a hassle-free digital cash. Yeah, we are using it. So the point is, technology has impacted immensely and transformed our life, and it will do for the time to come. So what is unfolding, in the future? Maybe we are little not that able to foresee or predict now. Not being directly involved into the development of technology, but yes, we have star speakers here, which are industry stars, business stars. They are here. They would share their ideas and their vision that how technology will be transforming a layman's life. How our life is more cozy and beautiful with the help of technology which we can trust. Yeah. So coming to the landscape of finance, yes, every day we do finance all the financial transactions with the help of the technology, and this is, if you look at the professions coming in the domain of finance, that very much rely on technology like cloud computing, cryptos, digital asset management, professions like or the concept which you use for analysis, like your human behavioral analysts, you can call as crypto analysts, or you can call as algo modeling. So all those are backbone by the technology. So technology is inevitable, it will be there. It must be trustworthy. This is what the future would be seeing, and we would like to have it. This is what the unfolding in the future, and let's listen and dive deep into it with an open mindset and understand that how the technology is going to shape our future. From our esteemed industry speakers, they have their direct involvement into the development technology and transformation process. Let's listen without much delay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for inspiring words, support, and motivation.
Now I request Abhimanyu sir, Ravneet ma'am, and Anupreet sir to join the audience. Now moving ahead, it gives us immense pleasure to introduce our first distinguished speaker of the day. who will be sharing insights on the topic AI and digital transformation in financial operations. We are truly honored to welcome Mr. Mohammad Ibrahim, Senior Vice President, Functional Training and Delivery at BNY, the world's largest custodian bank. Mr. Ibrahim is a visionary leader who steers the strategic direction in trading in the highly intricate domain of alternative globals and operations.
This work focuses on equipping global teams with critical expertise required to manage private equity, hedge funds, and real estate, ensuring unmatched excellence in fund administration and NAV reporting for some of the most sophisticated fund and investment managers across the world. With his extensive experience and deep understanding of financial operations, Mr. Ibrahim exemplifies the true spirit of innovation and leadership in the finance industry. Let's welcome Mr. Mohammad Ibrahim with a huge round of applause as he enlightens us on our AI.
भी ठीक है अभी कि कुछ
All right. So thank you so much, first of all, for that generous introduction. It is overwhelming, and I hope I justify. I live up to the expectation of what the hype they have created. Thank you so much. And good morning, XIM, and I am truly privileged and honored to be standing in front of you all and standing in this prestigious institution. So today I'm going to talk about this topic, which is how AI and digital transformation is taking shape in the financial operation. Just to give you a short background about my company, I work for a company called Bank of New York. We are the largest fund administrator and custodian bank in the world. We manage about $57.8 trillion of world asset. So that means it's bigger than US economy, all Europe put together and all that, right? So that's the kind of money we are managing within our bank. And we manage about $2.1 trillion of investment management, which is spread across various asset types. So as you're sitting here in this institution, your faculty, this university is building the future leaders of the industry. As a future leader, you should be knowing that what is the future you are going to build and what is the technology you are going to inherit. That is what we are going to see. So let me just start by what Mr. Mohanty and Abhinayu was talking where they left. Let me take it from there. So if you look at the generational shift, so we all know who baby boomer is, who Gen X is, who millennial is, who Gen Z is, and now we have Gen Alpha, right? So I would not start from AI, I will start from internet. So let's say, for example, a baby boomer always thought that internet is a thing where it can be used only for a thing like NASA. You can only send spaces with the use of internet, and they use that as a digital repository. That's what they have done. Moving on, when Gen X basically inherited internet, what they thought is internet is a tool to send emails. The reason why, because the storage, right, a floppy disk will have only an KB level of the storage, right, and then you have an MB level of storage in an SD card and all that, right. So that was the problem, and they all thought that the use of internet would be only limited to sending an email, because those days I think all the millennials and Gen X sitting here will relate to me that the communication is a big hassle, that you have to send a post, you cannot send large amount of data. So that is where we started. But when the speaker were introducing me, I think they could have added this line. I think I'm the first, or probably we are the first generation. We are the natives of internet. Why do I say that? Is because we took the internet basically to its full capacity, which is using internet for everyday life, which is from booking the tickets to booking a movie ticket in a website, not in an app. You can purchase something in an internet.
That is what the transformation we saw. And it also took space not only in our personal life, it took a big leap in the professional life, in the operational or financial world. If you see from the 90s to 2000, many of the software development started happening. The tech engineers and everything, the technological colleges started evolving in India. We created some amazing engineers who are not only contributing to the country, but across the globe, right? We built some amazing solutions so that I can sit somewhere in a remote place in Gurgaon or Chennai or Pune or Bangalore or Mumbai, and I can service the entire world. That's the power of internet. That's what basically the millennials saw. But when you guys grow up, the Gen Zs, right, you came into the world inheriting something like an Apple iPhone, right? How many of you in this room have an Apple iPhone? See, there you go. Right? So everyone came to the world seeing that. For us, that was an aspiration, right? Now that technology basically gave you a shorter version of achieving everything in the form of apps. Like you can have an app if you want to do a banking, if you want to do ordering of food, whatever the professor spoke, right? That's what the world you are actually came when you saw that, right? But what we have to understand is the next generation, the Gen Alpha, is the generation which will not know the world without AI. When they are there in this world right now, their focus is about AI. So they will not see a world or can imagine a world without AI. So my first statement to you is AI is prominent, AI is permanent, and AI is here to stay. If anyone in this room is thinking otherwise, I think I will justify you in the next 20 minutes. Okay? So with that, no, let's take a time grab, right? It's always, because I'm a trainer by profession, so I always think that no, I can, when you see a visual, it's more appealing than someone talking, right? So I'm going to play a video, right, where not very long ago, in the late 90s, someone is explaining what internet is. Okay, and that is what we are going to see. And let me also set the foundation. And you may probably not even understand the video. That's the reason I'm setting the foundation. During that day, listening to the music is also not democratized. What do I mean by that is you cannot listen to what you want. There will be a radio. There will be a radio jockey. He will play the music. And if you want to listen to a romantic song, that will be played between 12 to 1. That if you want to listen to an emotional song, it will be played between certain time. So you do not have a freedom to listen to what you want. I'm sure that you will not be able to relate to what I'm saying. But let's watch this. Okay, this is the transition.
Joining me now is Corey Doctorow. He's going to help us surf the net. He's been working with computers since he was 7, and now he's an independent computer consultant and programmer. Okay, Corey, let's get our feet wet. Show us how to surf the net.
Another big change that the internet is wreaking is the Internet Underground Music Archive. It's changing the way we distribute music. This is IU, the Internet Underground Music Archive, and it's something started by a couple of university students who wanted to make music available, kind of music that you hear on college radio, over the internet. And so if you're an independent band like Apollo Creed from Seattle, you can send them your press kit, your logo, your music, your bio, and all I have to do is come here and click a button, and down comes your signal.
So it's getting rid of radio and record companies and marketing. And
exactly. It means that no longer do bureaucrats control the means of distribution and production for this stuff. It means that if I'm a musician, I make music, and that's all I gotta do. And then make it available. And people can come right to me. I mean, really, what value does a producer have in this world?
What about movies? You've got music.
Paper, one of my very favorite movies. They did a page because they're very high tech, and they make available some video clips. So here we've got a list of a whole bunch of video clips we can download from the film, and here we have the actual clip itself.
Now that's not quite the same as seeing it on the big screen.
It's like somebody should have commemorative postage stamp of it, actually. What makes this cool is that it's the internet in its larval stage. When this turns into a butterfly, when it hatches, what this can translate to video on demand. This can translate to me deciding I want to watch a Welcome Back Kotter rerun and just requesting it, and it comes down the line.
Yeah, if you listen to the last word or the sentence he said, he basically gave the idea that something like Netflix can be founded. All right. Imagine during that time you were present and I told you that there will be a day you can see a full-fledged movie in a mobile phone or in a room like this. You would have probably not believed me, because if you see the first edition of how the video output looks like, it is in a small pop-up screen. And imagine the technology developing from there to what it is today. So today we are talking about the Amazons of the world, Netflix of the world, Z5 of the world, right? So that is where we are transitioning. Now, if I have to zoom out from the music and from the video, let's see. I'm not sure how many of you are able to even relate what this is. Okay, yeah. So see, that's where we have the millennials and the boomers. All right. So if you're trying to figure out what this is, like during that days, like not very long, during that days, don't think about 1950s, right? 2000, right? When you are using credit card, you do not have a swipe machine. You have to go to the merchant, and the merchant will technically take a snap of click clap your credit card, take your signature, send it to the bank for processing, and it will take at least 7 to 15 days for any merchant to get a payment. Can you imagine this? I can see some of the eyes like, what are you saying? Right? So yeah, that is what it is. So that is, I have seen this. I'm not saying, yeah. One is other seen, I probably have used that card, right? Exactly. And see, that is where, so what we talk about the dark side of this evolution, but we don't talk about the good side of this evolution. So because the internet and all this technology has started coming into our life, today you can travel across the globe with just your credit card or just with your mobile phone UPI, and you can make payment and you don't need anything. What is that? It's a freedom, right? That's where the financial evolution has happened. Now imagine if you are someone who is there still processing on paper, still waiting for the payment to happen in 7 to 15 days, definitely it is not going to help. So that is where we are started. Okay, I think I have given you enough history. Let's fast forward to 2025. The world which we are living right now, as we all know, we are transitioning towards the AI future or technology-led future. Now, AI is so rapid and sometimes it is so violent, that you're getting scared about, will I land a job? It will take away. All these conversation happens. I think it will give you a clarity, at least in this session. That's what my intention is. So let me just move on. All right. So what I believe is this. These are the 4 reasons why I think that AI is different from anything what we have seen so far. Why? The internet, no, it was not as fast as AI can. So first reason is it is improving at an unprecedented rate. So whatever the versions which are coming in the AI, it's so fast. It is being done at an unprecedented pace. Like if I have to give you an example, the first iPhone when it was launched, it took 18 months for the next iPhone to get launched. But that's not the case with AI because it is fast. It is being launched in a very fast-tracked pace. I will also show you some facts to support that. And it is easily accessible. Now, in the baby boomers or the millennial generation, internet was super luxury, right? It was in the computer labs. You cannot consume it the way you wanted because now you can consume the internet or AI with like 10 rupees. It's in your pocket, right? It's everywhere. So that is how easy it is. And how easy it is to use, you can just talk to it, you can just type to it, you can just give some gestures, it can understand everything. So that is how easy they have made it. Then the third point is you no need to be a computer PhD or a technology guy in order to build an AI solution. And I will also prove that in this session. The last and final thing, it is promising potential. For example, now the medical practitioners, which is related to your health, which is related to someone's life or death, they have started using it and it is successful. Someone who has put their life saving into a bank or a financial investment fund managers, they are using it. So it has promising potential. That is what makes it powerful than ever. Then moving on, if you see this particular data set, you can see that how the ChatGPT 4 and the rest of the version launches, it is very quick. It is when I told that no, it is growing at an unprecedented rate. This is what I meant, right? So it is not waiting for 1 year to happen with next iPhone 17 Pro or 18 Pro. It's like month on month, every quarter. That is how fast it is coming. Now, one more fact to support this is. Okay, all right. If you see this one, Netflix actually took 3.5 years to reach 1 million users. But Facebook took about 10 months. But ChatGPT just took 5 days. So if you look at ease of adapting and how you can easily adopt to it, how it is easily available to even to a common man, this is the proof of concept. So again, I hope you are able to follow me what I'm trying to write. All right. So one last thing is, how many of you in this room, by raising your hand, tell me that you have used ChatGPT versus Google for getting a right answer? See, there you go. That's it. I proved my point. Right? So you all are using AI to its capacity now. So see, AI today is not just a search engine which will give you a list of websites. It will scan that website and give you the answer. I'm sorry? Okay. Yeah. Exactly. See, that is what you want, right? That is what you want. So that is what exactly you want, and that is what it is doing for you, and that is the transition we all have to basically focus on. So with that, see, I will not bore you with I will sound like a tech guy, but I will speak to you in a basic English. Okay. There are two concepts, right? Which is whenever we talk about AI, see, sometimes we pretend to understand that I know this, but it is always good that you spend some time enabling yourself with this technology. Don't think that I'm lecturing you. There are some certifications which are available in NVIDIA. It's for free, right? And you will get immense amount of knowledge what this AI is all about in a very simple language, in very interactive way. Okay. So with that, let me tell you that what deep learning and machine learning is. If I have to ask you in this room, can someone differentiate me what is deep learning and machine learning? Some of you can, and most of you, probably all of you can't. Right? Is there a difference? Yes. Both are same. Yes. There is a slight difference between deep learning and machine learning. Let me first tell you what machine learning is. See, machine learning is basically it's a large set of data which is being given to a machine so that machine can think on that particular pattern. It's a rule which you give to the machine, and the machine will only think on that based on that particular rule. That is the first evolution of AI, right? Where the machine cannot think on their own. It will not apply some logic. It will work on a rule-based model. Okay, Ibrahim, it's still confusing. Okay, let me break it down for you. If you understand spam email, like in Gmail, how does your email automatically goes to a spam? Because it is being trained on machine learning. Like there are certain elements which will predict. It is not 100%. It will predict that it is a spam email, and it will go to the spam email. What is that? It's a perfect example of what machine learning is all about. Okay, right? So it will just run through your email box, check on certain rules and regulation which is being given to the machine, and the machine will say whether this is a spam email or not. Okay. Now that is basically your machine learning. Now what is deep learning? Deep learning is basically powered by something called neural network. Now don't get overwhelmed by this terminology. You have to think it as your human brain. Like, what does human brain do? It has a lot of neural networks. For example, if you close your eyes and I give you a keyboard for you to touch and feel, right? if you do it 1,000 times, next time when I give you a keyboard, you touch it and you will say this is a keyboard, right? If I touch this plant, I can say this is a certain kind of a plant. This is a certain kind of a plant. So all that can be done with closing your eyes. You all agree? That exactly what the neural network does. Like the moment I see a face, I recognize that this is Faiz Ansari, this is Rahul, okay, this is Kushi. All that can be done within fraction of second. What they did is nothing else. They tried to mimic the human brain by building multiple neural networks where it can predict this information in a fastest way possible. That is what the neural network is all about. Now if you see the neural network, it's powered by something called large language model. Now, what is large language model? Uh, we have started the session by understanding internet, right? When the internet came in, the things like Google, Wikipedia, YouTube, all these started providing immense amount of information in the public domain. Now, with that domain, if I apply deep learning and machine learning, can I build some solutions? Yes. Can I get you the answers? That is what AI is technically doing now, which is powered by the neural network. But what makes LLM super powerful today is something called natural language processing. So imagine, I think you must have also seen this a few years back. If I speak in my local dialect, ChatGPT or the voice search of a Google will not understand you. It will say sorry. But today, if you speak in Bengali, if you speak in Hindi, if you speak in English, it can understand you in your own language. The way whatever you type, however you type, it will understand you and it will get you the right answer. That is being done by something called natural language processing. I know it sounded like a tech class for the last 5 minutes, but it is essential for me to build foundation for what we are going to cover in the next slide. Okay, I hope this makes sense to you, right? So with having this, okay, see, there are 3 important components for an LLM, right? Which is it can read text, it can read audio, and it is enormously powered by computer vision. So it can scan a document, it can scan a video, and it can give the output. Now, if you look at the financial world, right, you may probably have a customer signing up to open a bank account. The customer basically sending you a swift transaction. The customer probably sending a private equity deal signed off. So all that is in the form of text. Now, if I want to read something on the system, if it is a backend operation, I have an application which I'm switching from one place to another. Can this system trace this and build a solution for me? Yes, it is possible. So with this 3 feature in mind, now you can just apply as a aspiring financial professional when you go into your careers. What you have to think is this is an technological advancement which you're going to inherit. By using this, how can you make the life better for your consumers or for your clients or for the companies which you're going to work? Are you with me? Okay, all right. So let's move on. If you look at the banking sector, technically started initially going into the customer onboarding. That is where they started embracing it. Now you understand now large language model, neural networks. I think you all are aware about it. Now the customer KYC is a long process where you have to fill the document, scan it, you have to do a physical verification of the address, the proof which he has submitted. Now today all that can be done by text, audio, and you can also do a video, right? So, or the computer vision. All that is possible. So just with a facial scan, I can just open an account. I hope you have seen this in the recent development that if you go to any Saudi Arabia or any other country, even in US, you can just open a bank account in the airport. And then you can use your own account there rather than going through the hassle of Forex and other things. Okay, that is how fast it can be done. Then loan processing. You have to check the credit worthiness of this person, verify a lot of documents and all that. There also AI or the machine learning started taking the initial phases. So let me give you an example. If you go to any shops like Tata Croma and anything, you want to buy a consumer product, you go to Bajaj Finserv, the loan is approved within, and they put 5 minutes 5 minutes may load, right? So that is how fast it is. How is it possible? Is it a damage done to society? It's a separate discussion. But the point is, the financial world evolved from waiting for that. So one more, small story for that is like the old time, like you have to apply for a consumer product, go home, and after 2 days they will call, say, your loan is approved. Now you can buy this product. So you have to wait and keep praying that no, your loan get approved, right? So that is what it is. So, but we have shifted from there, right? Then fraud detection. We spoke about spam. There is when the technology evolves, there is a cyber attack, phishing, right? There's a lot of other this which comes in attached to the internet. Now, how they can detect a fraud at its initial stage, and if they detect it, how they can put a robust system so that it is not repeated one more time. So all that patterns can be recognized by whether it is a neural network or deep learning. All that can be done through that, right? Now, moving on, the fourth part, which is the customer service. Now, today, not only banking, if you call any general customer service, the first person you interact is a chatbot. It's not a human who is basically picking up the phone and answering you. It is all done by a chatbot, and it is not only solving a predefined SOP, but it can also do a level 1 or somewhere between a level 2 technical support to you. That is how the machines are being trained, or it can also talk to you. It will sound like you're talking to a human. So that is how it has been evolved, right, in the retail banking space. Now, if you look at the investment management or investment banking space, deal sourcing and origination of mergers and acquisition, this itself is like basically a deep research. If you have to do a research for something like this for a deal sourcing, imagine someone has to sit weeks, months in order to basically source the deal, understand the deal, how this M&A can happen. All that is a long process, but today, within, let's say, 3 to 4 hours, you will at least have a first draft ready, which can be available for a senior manager's discussion or senior leaders discussion. So that is how fast it is. Now, you cannot 100% depend on that, but we will also touch base on those aspects. Now, second thing, which is financial modeling and valuation. Again, there are hundreds of models which are available online. There are certain companies which tell you that we have models available. What you have to do is you don't need to sit and do the model and evaluation, what you have been learning in your books so far, because it is being fed with that data. You can just buy that agent, and that agent can predict that model and valuation for you and give you some 10-15 references, and you decide what you want to do. Now, what is it helping? As an investment manager, today I'm doing more meaningful work than what I was doing 10 years back, where I'm wasting my time 5 days only researching whether should I take this decision or not. Are you with? So what we are doing today is, with the use of AI and this digital transformation, what we are seeing, the valuations are quick. You also have the modelings which are quick, so that the customers are trusting you. You either make profits, or your potential to make the profit has I would say has maximized, because you can reach more customers because you are solving more problems better than what you were doing yesterday. Okay. Now, coming to the last part, which is my forte, which is the back-end operations, which is you have. I would probably give spread you some gyan here, so you have to bear with me. It is the crux of my session today, which is, so what we do within BNY is, like, if you have to understand fund administration. If I have to ask you someone, how do you calculate the price of equity? The price of equity is calculated by demand and supply, which is if there is a huge demand for an Apple share, what will happen to the price of the share? It will go up or go down? It will go up. But that's not the only factor. You will have a geopolitical reason, how the company is performing, if there is any negative statement about that CEO in the market, all that can drive it. But if you have to calculate NAV, what is NAV? When you buy a mutual fund, it is based on NAV. NAV has a very, very simple formula, and the whole world revolves around that, which is total assets minus total liability. You divide that by total number of outstanding shares. But for you to get the total assets, total liability, total number of outstanding share, you have a process, okay? And the process will look something like this, okay? So you have to capture the data. The data can come globally, depending upon different types of assets, which is ranging from equity, bond, money market instruments, OTC, trade, derivatives, anything, futures and options, all that can be part of it. Now, then you have to price that every day because total assets minus total liability divided by total number of outstanding share, and you have to do it every day. Repeatedly, you have to keep on doing this exercise, and you have to be accurate. Why? Let's say, for example, the NAV is supposed to be 100. BNY is an administrator. You calculated it as 101, and you pushed it to Vanguard and said, "Boss, this is your NAV. Go and publish it in the market." He published it in the market, and there is 1 million subscription happened on that day. What is your loss? One fat finger and one mistake can translate into millions of dollars, right? Then moving on, you will also have to calculate something called expense and management fee, and specifically if it is with hedge fund managers or private equity managers, they charge 2% management fee and 20% performance fee. Okay, it can be more than that, less than that. Then you also have your expense ratio in mutual funds, which is ranging somewhere between 0.4 to 2%. And you have to do that on a large scale basis in mutual fund, and you have to be accurate, right? Then moving on, you also have to process corporate action events, which can be ranging from a rights issue to split off to spin off, right, to consolidation, mergers and acquisition. All that will be part of it. So it will also be simultaneously moving. Then you have the last part, which is basically reporting and communication. How do you have it in the system? If this has confused you, yes, I think. Let me just break it down. I have too much of text here, but I know you'll be able to crack this. So if you see here, this is my investment manager who will take a decision, right? That I'm going to buy an Apple share. Now, he cannot directly buy on their own account. They will basically appoint a broker. That broker will be executing the order on behalf of the investment manager. And there will be fund administrator, that is BNY, who will be safeguarding this entire transaction, will be helping them with their accounting, publishing, NAV, and all that. Now, when the broker is booking it, let's say you have to basically take that into account. And once, let's say, imagine that there are two processes. One is during the trade, and one is after the trade. Now, what I'm talking here is after the trade. Once the trade is over, you have to calculate that formula, which is total assets minus liability. So there will be one team which will be only working on pricing. How do you price it? So you have Bloomberg, Reuters, and all that, right? That's for your equity and bonds. If it is OTC, or if it is real estate assets, or if it is crypto, how do you value? So you will have a process or a function or a team which will be working on it. Then you will have a corporate action, OTC team, transfer agency basically will give you the record of how many outstanding shares are there. Now, once this has been done, there are interconnected teams, which is the data capture and instruction, which is imagine that a company like BNY, I told you that we manage about $57 billion. That means you have thousands of funds which is transacting worldwide in hundreds and thousands of transactions in every fund. So how that data flow from investment manager to the broker to the fund administrator, you can imagine that there has to be some strong process which has to be there. Now, without going into much of the detail, I think you are able to relate that it has multiple functions. Now, if you think that, okay, I will build an agent, AI agent or an AI solution, which will do everything from the start to beginning, you're wrong. What it can do for you is, if you're working in a pricing team, let's say you have an AI manager who is a manager for pricing team. It will have multiple agents which will be trained to do certain kind of work within the pricing scenario. You'll go to Bloomberg, if this is the product, this is what you have to source, this is how you have to basically evaluate it, and there will be SOPs or defined measures for everything. So human is not every time thinking, all that professional, except for some bespoke activity, you're not thinking every time whenever you're doing activity. There are defined steps, right? Can AI do it? Yes or no? No. How many of you say no? How many say yes? Yeah. So there you go. So this can be done. So the future is No, it will sound little scary if I say this to you, but I have to give you the reality. So what the future would look like is you will have, let's say you are a manager, you may have a 4 human employee and 6 digital agents. That is how you are going to maintain, and that is how the transformation will happen for the future. At least I am seeing that happening right now. Within my organization, we are being given a target by 2025 December. Every team will have one digital employee will be reporting under their managers. And almost 90% of the team is already in the urge of achieving it. Some digital payments are already live. I mean, digital employees are already live. It is done in the payment world, so that's why digital payment, right? So that's what it is. Okay. I hope that clarifies. Now moving on. So if you see, this is how the numbers will look like. Technically, if you're doing a fund accounting, you will have huge transactions, huge flows, which will be downloaded from multiple applications. It is a tiring work, repetitive work, and as I told you, one fat finger can create a enormous amount of loss and reputational damage. Now, moving on, these are the 3 factors. Okay. For example, if you have any task which is repetitive, it is heavily data driven, and you have to do a predictive analysis. This is being done by AI with a super pace, and it is producing amazing results. Wherever there is no more deeper thinking required. Okay, I will not go into that detail because you will sound that then it will sound like totally a technology session. But there are 3 phases. One is called the artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, and artificial super intelligence. Without going in detail, we are still in the narrow intelligence stage. So with that narrow intelligence space, AI is able to do so much. Let me take you back to that video. Imagine that we are in that video stage right now. When it goes to the actual stage, you can imagine what is the power of this technology is going to be, and it will be favorable. It will have its misses, it will have its problems, but it will definitely improve. Now, moving on. Okay, so if I don't tell you the negative side of it, I don't want to just sound positive and make a rosy picture and go, right? See, I work for private equity, modeling. I've done this for about 20 years. Recently, I had I wanted to do a post in LinkedIn, and I thought that why don't I take a help of ChatGPT, and I gave a model to her, a model to one of the leading LLM platform, and that platform actually did an incorrect calculation. Now you'll be thinking, okay, then all this while you've been talking so nice about AI, now you're saying that it is making problem. Okay, let me just dwell deeper into it, right? So then I told ChatGPT, not ChatGPT, but that LLM, that you made this mistake and you have to basically correct this. Second time also it was not able to do it correctly. Third time when I did, it was able to correct it properly. Now what I'm trying to drive you back home is, see, I'm using an LLM, which is basically used in a public domain. Now today, what the organization is doing is they are creating their own enterprise AI platform. Like for example, within my organization, we have our own chat GPT, which is called Eliza. Okay, and that can probably mimic what we want to do within our ecosystem, and we are training that GPT the way we want it. Now it's in a baby stage. Now when it matures, it will be powerful. Okay. Now why did I show this example of doing wrong is it will do mistake. So it doesn't mean that you will not use it, right? Why? Because see, here there are a lot of things. What about the prompt I gave? Did I give a right prompt? Did I give precise thing to the LLM so that it can give me the right answer? Probably that's a question which I have to think. But if I keep on training that, I can definitely build an agent which can give me a perfect waterfall model. So the bottom line is you cannot trust as it is. You have to use that as a companion, but it will definitely ease your workflow. How it has eased with the power of internet, this is what it is going to be. Are you with me? All right. Now with that, I want to introduce you to few of these digital tools. Now, when we are doing operational work, it is heavily data driven. Now, some of you would have heard about few of these applications. Some of you would have seen it for the first time. There is an application called Altrix. What it can do is, let's say you have seen the transactions, right? How many transactions are there? Imagine you get hundreds of files like that, and you have thousands of folders. So for you to transfer the data from one file to another file, one statement to be saved in the right folder, that itself is a task. If you don't do that, then you will be losing a lot of time. Now, anyone who is in operational nature will be spending a lot of time just doing that workaround. Now, what Altis can do is you just it's a low code, no code tool. You don't need any technical expertise. You just tell what it needs to be done. Okay, if you receive the file of Goldman Sachs, you have to go to this particular date, save this file here, check this, and that's all. If you have good command over English, and you know your process, you'll be able to do this. And I have done it. And I'm not sure like me, right? So Altrix. Then you have something called ThoughtSpot. Now, let's say, for example, within this campus, how many people have opened Zomato? How many people have touched a certain product and they did not buy it? They went till the payment stage, but they did not purchase it. How do they get all this data? They use platforms like ThoughtSpot, where it can give you enormous amount of data, where how many touch points do I have in the machine? Like, for example, today, when my business says, oh, Ibrahim, we want to automate this process, the first thing what we do is we will check that how many manual touch points are there. And for me to study that, I need something like a ThoughtSpot, which will give me a dashboard view of understanding that how many manual touch points are there, where are we wasting a lot of time, can it be automated? That first thing will come from ThoughtSpot. Then you have something called UiPath, which is basically an robotic agent, RPA. So it can mimic what you are doing within the system, and it can translate your workflows. You can create a workflow, you just click a button, whatever you do within the day, it can mimic it, and again, that has to be trained, governed, tested, certified, and all that, right? Then you have Azure, which is cloud computing, and if you are using heavily a Microsoft-driven product within the organization, you can build a complete workflow with Azure, right? Copilot, we all know, and I told you, that is the ELIZA, what we have, that is the enterprise AI platform, what we have within VMware. And similar way, you will have a lot of other companies adapting into the same model. Now, moving on. Okay, so before we go there, okay, let me just set a context. Having said that, I have zero knowledge about video making. I'm not a singer. I'm not a musician. But I gave certain prompts to AI, and I asked it to create a song, and this is what it did. Okay, that's what we watched.
Yeah. Yo, I came from scratch just to speed. The future's unlocked. From scratch just to speed. The future's unlocked. AA in the mix, watch the industry shock. Black line soldiers, we the first to move. Finance stay sharp, future proof with the groove. AA changing money, every legendary plan. What took weeks to close, now gets done in the span. No fear of box, we adapt, we create. Turning risk into power, automating the way. Muhammad Ibrahim on stage, vision clear, never late. Dropping keys to the future, helping leaders navigate. From area lights to the world on the screen. Accountants with swagger running AK clean. From spreadsheets to speed, the future's unlocked.
Okay, it took me. I would never imagine I go to a class for creating something like this. So thank you, but that's the power of AI, right? So imagine, and someone who's amateur like me, who can create something like this in this platform. If you are an exceptional talent and professional in the financial world who has the power of AI, who understand the digital tools which I have told you, what you can be. how you can transform the future. So I will go from where I started, right? So the transformation is real. AI is here to stay. It's prominent, right? So let's adopt it and let's go and master it. Thank you. So nothing so you have it ready? Any questions? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I see that hand raising first.
It's 12, so good afternoon, sir. Sir, I've worked with BNY before, and I actually wanted to ask you a couple of questions regarding the AI part. So, how successful has the LLM ELIZA been in BNY, and what departments are you trusting it to service in? Since you mentioned that AI is still making mistakes, so how do you trust the LLM that you have with the valuation of companies wherein you could face an issue like you just showed us. So how would you do that? So and like since I work there, I know how the culture is because small mistakes can lead to a lot of problems. So could you elaborate a little bit on that, please?
Thank you so much for asking me. What's your name?
So my name is Pranav Sethi.
Yeah, Pranav, thank you for asking that. So yeah, that's a great question. So see, how we are doing it within BNY is there are three governance team which was never before in the organization, and we have created it. It's called DURB, which is basically checking whether we are getting an approval from the client that no, can we put your system into our enterprise platform and it will use no certain elements of the GPT. Right? We are partnered with OpenAI. We are partnered with Microsoft. So we will check and get their approval. Then we have something called MCRG and we have something called AIRB. There are three governance layer what we have, which will check whether it is secure to go ahead and do that. And the model whatever you have built will be tested time and again before it is going to go live. It is not that okay, Pranav says, okay, Ibrahim, I have an idea. Okay, go launch your agent. No, it doesn't work that way. It has to go through multiple approvals for any agent to go live. In the current scenario, it minimum takes 3.5 to 4 months because it has to go through that governance structure, approval, and all that, and post that it goes live. To answer your second question, or probably that's the first question you asked, which is where is BNY using? So currently, in our payments department, we are using AI to its full capacity. We have a lot of digital agents being created.
Thank you, sir. But sir, again, my main question is that how are you trying to improve? Like you said, there has to be an entire process that goes into the making. You have to go through approvals. You have to go through different kinds of scans. So how well has BNY progressed on that, and how long do you think it will be till ELIZA can completely be relied on in terms of the valuation concept that you spoke of?
Yeah. See, the prediction what we have within the firm as of today is about 2028. And what are we doing is this year, because I told you that I head the global talent and learning and development. So I have been given a task that 100% of our people should be trained on AI. So all our people are now trained on ELIZA. In ELIZA itself, we have created multiple small bite-sized learning materials so that people can start embracing AI. And we are also running multiple workshops in AI, which is called Synapse AI Challenge, where you're working in a treasury department. You have an idea. You block your idea. There will be a team which will sit with you, will understand that whether this idea can be a digital tool, process re-engineering, or AI agent. Now, with that, we are able to transform one idea into an agent. Or we drop that idea and say, this is not an agent idea. This is basically a process improvement. So that way, we are able to transition. And quite surprisingly, what we have seen is in the urge of searching an agent, we have basically redesigned our existing function. That is also happening. But it will be 2028, 2029, which you will see that at least 50% of adoption you will see very evidently coming up.
Thank you, sir. And so one last point I want to ask was, so like in this, when I joined that time, BNI was looked at like a government job in terms of security. There is a lot of security in terms of the fact that if you're an employee there, firing rates and all are much lower because that's what I had experienced. So what about the people who are post a certain age? How are you getting them to adopt such kind of technologies? Because there is a huge hesitance from their end as well. So how do you tackle with the situation like that? This is my last question, sir. Nothing else.
Whoever told you is told you wrong information. I wish I had a job which is like any job which guarantees no the job. Yeah. See, I'll tell you this right now. You have to always keep evolving. It no matter that. See, today I'm able to speak to you on this topic because I spent 60 hours in learning certain AI aspect. That's the reason I can stand in front of you. And I did not do it, 2 years back, 3 years back, few months back, right? So you have to keep evolving yourself. Now that is the mandate everyone has. Now the company will only give you a soft hints, right? And they will also make a comparison that see the person who's sitting next to you is improving. Boss, it's your time to pull up your socks, right? And they create opportunity. And even after that, you are playing a blind side. Then the company cannot force you to probably embrace it. It's you that who have to embrace it. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ali Murad and I'm from the junior batch. So you mentioned that AI is there to stay. So I wanted to ask, what are your comments on whether there is an AI bubble or not? Because it's a big discussion there. Also because the AI companies are their valuations are quite high. ChatGPT was valued at $500 billion, and the investors are also betting on the future. And while investors are eager to invest, Sam Altman and Mark Zuckerberg also said that there is a overhype of AI. So I wanted to ask, what are your comments on it?
Okay, thank you so much for asking that, Arvind. Again, that's a very thoughtful question. So let me just tell you, the bubble has two aspects to it. One is a stock market bubble, and other is the operational bubble. I told you about the operation. It's not a bubble; it's real. What you are talking about is the bubble in the stock market, because I'm glad that you're discussing on these topics in the colleges. That's great. I'm truly impressed. The point there is a circular investments. If you know, like Nvidia is investing in Microsoft, Microsoft is investing in Nvidia, Nvidia is investing in Oracle, Oracle is investing in Microsoft. So there is a circular investment which is happening, which is basically keeping the investor in the field thinking that is it going to be the next bubble, right? It's possible, right? But it's a stock market bubble, and every decade there is something like this. It happens, but I would tell you, let's not focus on that bubble. That bubble will come, burst, and again the bubble will come. What you have to focus on is, like, if you're in the operational side, how do you adopt it? If you're in investing side, I would say you will be cautious enough to understand valuating those companies. If you think that it's overvalued, I think it's possible it's overvalued, and it happens, periodically. Now, nobody can tell you that no, this valuation based on certain model is 100% right and accurate, because it's a business, right? Yeah. So yeah, there is a disclaimer on it, right? So I would say bubble has two aspects. If you personally ask me from the stock market perspective, I think it's very unlikely, but it will happen. It will do a correction, but it will not be a bubble, because if you see the major companies which is driving the US economies are involved in this. So I'm doubtful that no, if this bubble bursts, then yeah, it will be a next 2008, and the US will, till at least Trump is there, right? It's not going to happen. That's my take, okay? It's not me by saying, it's my take.
So one last question. When usually there's a bubble, it bursts. So there's a restructure in the industry. They change some aspect of it, of how they function. So do you believe that AI does have something that needs to be restructured or could be changed to avoid anything in the future?
See, I'm not an expert in that, so I don't think I'd be able to answer that in the right way. But according to me, I think restructuring is not required at this juncture. But probably, if you think that if that bubble is going to be real, because right now everybody is talking, I have watched, I know this question will come, and you will not imagine at least what 15 different podcasts with different, the financial CEOs. This is a bubble only if it happens, it is going to be in stock market, and nobody is saying that it will happen. It is just a discussion on the table. Why? Because of that circular investments.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. This is Anushka Tandon. So, you talked about the dark phase of evolution during the beginning of your session. I wanted to know what an ethical pause or slowdown in AI development means for competitiveness, especially for an emerging economy like India, and if at all it is needed or not.
I'm not sure I quite understood your question. Can you just repeat the last part of it?
Sure. So the question is, what, and you were talking about the dark phase of evolution for AI.
Yeah.
Like, so what an ethical pause or slowdown in the AI development mean for competitiveness, especially for an emerging economy like India? If at all that ethical pause or slowdown is needed at all, because we are we are an emerging economy and AI is needed everywhere.
Understood. Yeah. So see, in the Indian context, see, whenever if you go for any AI training, even today, within my organization, if I have to take my organization's example, the first training what we do to our people is responsible AI and ethical AI. This is what we do because AI is so powerful that you can definitely misuse the power of AI, and that would be a full stop for its development, and it can reduce its pace. Within in India's ecosystem, you know how things there are. Like you have watched the Jamtaras of the world, like you get spam calls of the world. So definitely there should be some restriction, but I don't think they will be focusing more on it. Just to give you a shocking information, in US they have freezed any legal battle which you can put on ChatGPT or AI, and they just technically closed it, right? So why they are giving that time for it to evolve or adopt, so that if they just waste their time fighting the legal battles, so they will lose it, right? Yeah, it will have its own problems, but yeah, things will be in control. If anything which goes out of the control, I think the regulation will take its place.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening and thought-provoking session.
Okay. All right. So yeah, before I go, sorry, this is my LinkedIn profile. In case if I'm not able to answer it right now, I think I'm already up the time. I'm active in LinkedIn. I can message you and I can answer your question if I have not answered it.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I'm Athar Brati. So, just had a question that when we talk about AI, the large organization with greater resources and data infrastructure are doing really well. But when we talk about MSMEs or smaller organizations, do you really think that AI can truly help these organizations, or what can be done to bridge the gap? Because they don't know how to use AI or they are quite hesitant.
Yes. I'll take it up with you offline. I think we're up the time. So, in the interest of time, we can take it offline. I'll sit with you right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightening and thought-provoking session. Your insights have truly deepened our understanding of how artificial intelligence and digital transformation are revolutionizing financial operations. We are grateful for the time and knowledge you have shared with us today. It has certainly set an inspiring tone for the sessions to follow.
Moving forward, we now delve into one of the most dynamic areas shaping the future of finance: new investment classes, the growth of private equity, private credit, crypto, digital assets, and mutual funds. It's a privilege to welcome Mr. Lee Management, founder of Fintex Research and Analytics Private Limited, a leading financial research and wealth management firm. Academically accomplished, Ma is a chartered financial analyst, a certified financial planner, and holds bachelor's and master's degree in economics. With over 17 years of experience in wealth management, research, and financial planning, she has
Her journey spans leadership role in wealth management, teaching investment analysis at the Royal Filipino College, and an entrepreneur venture Fintex founded in 2014. Passionate about finance, literacy, and women's empowerment, She leads the Women Investor Network initiative, conducting impactful sessions on the personal finance. Her expert insights have been featured in prominent platforms such as the Economic Times, MIT, Business World, Money Control, and CNBC TV 18, among others.
Through her deep expertise and analytical perspective, Ma will guide us through the rapidly evolving landscape of new investment classes, exploring how the rise of private equity, private credit, cryptocurrencies, digital assets, and mutual funds are redefining investment opportunities in today's dynamic market. Please join in welcoming Ms. Praveen Bajpai with a big round of applause.
Hi, good afternoon. Great to be here. And I have some notes, so I'm going to bore you to death reading them. So it's a very different topic from what we've just heard, and it's all about money. So to give you a very simple and a basic introduction, we are just looking at new ways of making money. So what you've learned in finance till now is the traditional asset classes, right? That you know of. What are the traditional asset classes? We know it's the gold, equity, fixed income, real estate, right? And let's call them. So I think these are the traditional asset classes what we've had. So if you talk to your dad, he would go with Rajesh Khanna, perhaps. My dad would go with him. Maybe I would go with Shahrukh. So equity, perhaps. So we all have our biases in Indian society. What we've seen in terms of asset classes is a huge bias towards two asset classes, and I think you know which those two are. That's the real estate and gold. Our grandparents' parents have loved them, but we like the newer faces. We like the newer options, and I think that is the change that we are seeing. Just to give you a brief, if you look at these traditional asset classes, equity, it's the worldwide market cap is roughly around 125, 127 trillion. If you're looking at the bond markets, it's more than that. It's about 140 to 145 trillion dollars. Gold, of course, we know Indian women are the richest. Temples. So gold, again, a very, very prominent asset class globally also. And in the last 3 years, we've seen a tremendous buying by the central banks. So I think gold is the new dollar, in fact, replacing dollar to some extent with the trust issues that Trump has brought in. And of course, real estate. So gold alone in the last 1 year, in fact, year to date has gone up by roughly 50%. Silver again. So these are what we've known for over these years, and of course, we love them all, and we still keep going back to these asset classes. But what we are going to talk about today is the changing landscape, and the changing landscape is this: we have newer faces, we have newer asset classes, and why do we have those? So, what is the ultimate goal of investing in any product or an asset class? Can you tell me what is the ultimate goal? Paisa banana hai? Returns. Why are we watching these heroes? It's entertainment. So the purpose remains the same. Be it this movie or a Rajesh Khanna movie, the purpose has been entertainment. And why we are investing in all these assets or products, the purpose has been very simple: to make money. So basically, Rajesh Khanna is too boring. So, like one of my clients told me day before, tell me something new. Mutual funds are very boring. So we are just looking at newer options to invest, park our money, and of course, there is need. There is a certain reason why they come, but ultimate purpose remains. If you're not making money on them, they will never emerge. You agree or not? Yes. Okay. So when we're talking about the newer asset classes, which are they? What I'm going to cover today is private equity. So companies basically which are not listed, private credit, real assets, cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin. and the whole digital, the cryptocurrency world, and the bit on mutual funds I'll be touching upon. So why do we have these new asset classes? One is high return, something you want to look for something new. We're also looking to diversify because as students of finance that you understand that we are always looking to invest in something which has a low correlation with the other asset class that we're investing in. We want growth. How do you invest in SpaceX or let's say ChatGPT's parent, OpenAI? How do you invest in those? Is it listed today? Can you invest there? No, we can't. And one of the students gave a figure of about 500 billion, the valuation, right? So how do you invest there? That is where we have private equity, which has been the flagship of alternative investments. These are alternative asset classes. So currently, there is data which tells us that private equity and private credit alone is a 10 trillion sort of a market size. And if you're including the real asset, then it becomes roughly 22 trillion, which is like the second largest economy in the world. So coming back to private equity. Private equity is basically that when you're taking or participating in a company which is not listed. So you're not going and buying shares, but you take another route and you're getting exposure to that company through some other medium. And of course, private equity firms are the major players there. We've known of companies like Blackstone is there, one of the biggest, which handles roughly about $1 trillion in AUM. In India, it is a space which is fast evolving. And this data also captures how developed markets and probably India, they are emerging in this private equity segment. So in the US, the number of private venture banks has gone up by 25 times. At the same time, the number of companies listed in the US has actually halved. So this I'm telling from 2000. So that was the time 2002 dot-com bubble. So the number of companies which has been listed has actually halved, and the number of private players in the funding has gone up by 25 times. This also tells us there's an interesting report which says that there's just too much of scrutiny on publicly listed companies. Today, let's say they come out with a quarterly figure that this is the profit, this is people are not happy. Why? Because of stakeholders there. Sometimes they continue to please their stakeholders because it's all out there every quarter. So they are not able to focus on something which is more long term. So there are advantages and disadvantages to being a listed company. But in the US, the average span of how long a company is remaining private has actually gone up because it's a booming segment. So they don't want to come out and get listed because the private space is quite rewarding. They feel that they can focus more and they're getting all the funding. And a lot of players, as an investor, why do I want to participate there? So of course, as a single entity, maybe I'm too small to take exposure. But all these private equity companies, through this cumulative audience that they have as investors, why are they interested? Because when they are investing in a company privately, they are also able to have some influence on the management. Can you do it with a publicly listed company? Can you, as a stakeholder, go and have a change in how HUL is performing in India or how Infosys is doing by buying 5 shares of that company? You can't. But with, of course, you also have an influence if you're having a larger stake in a publicly listed company. But this gives them a chance to be and closely working with the management, and that is why private equity firms work in a different way. So, give you a very crude example because every segment, when we're talking about private equity, has a dark side to it as well. Sometimes it's almost like a bride, would be a bride walking into a makeup shop and then you coming out very different. So we don't want that, but you're very different in reality. You know what I mean, right? You've seen all these Instagram videos and all. We don't want that, but if somebody is already good, or what can the parlor do to them? They can just enhance what they already have and do a better job with them. That is what happens when a company is getting funding, and then eventually one of the exit routes for them is getting listed. In India, Can you give me some examples of some big IPOs which came up, which have gone public recently?
Tata Capital.
LG, Lenskart is in the pipeline, so let me just actually go to that slide. Lenskart. We saw Urban Company. How many of you have used Urban Company's services? I use it. It's quite wonderful, I think. And the next one in line is Lenskart. So now we know that private equity is a great space. We've seen tremendous sort of returns there. Just read, these are some paper headlines. So what is, can you see that 5,200% gains for people who invested early on in Lenskart to, it's like a 70,000 crore valuation, fifth largest in India in 2025. But do you think you should invest by just looking at these? But what happens to a regular retail investor? What will he or she do? They would want to invest, yes or no? And do what? Why do they want to invest? Capture on the listing gains that you have some stakes there, and when it gets listed and your share prices go up. But I was also talking to your next speaker, and we were discussing backstage that how Lenskart IPO has been going, and maybe everything is not great as it appears, because sometimes it is also an exit route for a lot of initial players who have been there. So word of caution, if you guys are ever, I'm sure because you guys are buying shares, trying trading as well, don't ever chase something which looks really nice. Give it time, you'll always get the opportunity once it's listed. But of course, coming back to the topic, how private equity has been. Private equity is a booming market in India, and we've seen this 13.9 billion of exit by these firms through IPOs. So all that money has been spent by retail investors who bought the shares, and we've seen a lot of newer interest amongst retail investors also trying to capture and how do they invest in the private equity space. So as students of finance, definitely this is something that you should know. But Lenskart goes with a very high valuation. The forward P multiple is 250. So it doesn't really justify the valuation that they've come up with. But that's another story. This is just an example how P works. The next topic that we're going to touch upon is private credit. So let's say, how does the banking system work? That you go to the bank and the bank thinks that you're credible enough and they want to lend you some money, and of course you pay an interest on it. That's the way how credit works. What if the bank doesn't want to lend to you? What happens? No, at retail investor, what sort of options do you have? Let's say if a certain loan is not getting cleared, maybe you take a higher interest personal loan, get to that. Let's say if your credit history is not that good. There are P2P platforms, have you heard of them?
Yes.
Peer-to-peer lending. So basically, person A lending to person B via an intermediary, which is not a bank. Now, private credit goes slightly, so it's a slightly higher level of the same thing, and it actually emerged after the financial crisis of 2008. I am sure you were all born at least then? Yes. 5, 6 years old. Okay, so 2008 was, I think I was in my first job, and that is when we saw the global financial crisis. And what happened? Why did that crisis happen? I'm sure you studied online. Why did the global financial crisis happen? Housing, okay, bad lending basically. So मैंने उस दोस्त को उधार दे दिया जिसने मेरा उधार नहीं चुकाया. So you also know if you have 5 friends किसको उधार देना है किसको नहीं देना है, guess. So what happened was the subprime crisis because जिनको उधार दिया था उन्हें चुकाया नहीं. So what happened that the banks really tightened their norms, their lending norms. So a lot of players who were in need of money were left out. Smaller companies, they needed the funding. You need funding to run a company, but they were left out. And that is what gave birth to this whole concept of private credit. Some of the bigger players in this are Apollo, then you have the Blackstone, which is there in private equity as well, Ares Management. These are the bigger players in the field of private credit. It's a $3 trillion industry currently, and poised to be close to 5 trillion US dollars by 2029. So it's really huge. What you get is higher returns for the money that you lend. In very simple words, in India, it's a small market. It's still about 25 to 30 billion dollars. But the ultimate aim remains the same. Underlying is what? Making money. So you have two sides. You have companies which need money. You have your investors who have the money to lend, are okay to take that high risk, not going through a bank, going through other intermediaries and helping them with the financing. One very interesting example here, which happened in India, is in May 2025. We saw 3.4 billion private credit deal, which is big. Like 3.4 billion is very good. Where you had investors like BlackRock, Morgan Stanley invest, and this deal was done by an Indian company, and that actually marked. And it was highlighted in a lot of global newspapers also, because I think till then the market in India, the private credit market in India, was not seen with much seriousness. But it's a very, very small segment overall of the Indian markets, and it's roughly 1.2% of the overall corporate lending that we know of. So private credit is basically ways to make higher returns, and the deal that I'm talking about was closed on a 3-year yield of 19.75%. What does that mean? 19.75% is what would be earned for those investors which have lent the money. Third one, because everybody in Navya and everybody said that it should be a little quick. Third one is crypto and digital frontier, and I couldn't really think of a better picture than this. So Vidya Balan, all nice and calm, and then she goes all, let's say, volatile, to stick to the topic. And of course, we have the regulator, and that's not the Indian regulator. So not at all, not our finance minister Sitaraman, that's the US regulator, because we've seen a huge regulatory change and intervention in the US. And how many of you ever wanted to invest in crypto or Bitcoin and make money? Please raise your hands. Okay, wow, it's too expensive now?
Yes.
Why are you not investing? Or have you invested? You've invested, can you take out your money anytime easily? No, where is it stuck? So what happens with Bitcoin and why Vidya Balan? It's been really volatile in India, especially even globally. We've seen news of a lot of hacking in the exchanges. Chori ho gaya. Something which never existed, chori ho jata hai, in physical form. So digitally, it's a digital theft, and that is why in the US the regulator came up with. They actually allowed ETFs to be launched, and we have multiple double, triple digit numbers. Maybe have ETFs with a size of 197 billion dollars in the US. That is the market. That is the AUM that these cryptocurrency ETFs are holding. And which are these ETFs? So of course it started with Bitcoin and all that. So basic, I had to fill the slide, sorry, it couldn't be all Bollywood, so I've just put some text there. But the first ones there have been BlackRock. BlackRock, iShares, how many of you would want to work with companies like BlackRock? In India, it's come. Kiske saath?
Geo Financial Services.
Was it there in India earlier? Yes, somebody said yes. When and where? Was BlackRock in India ever present earlier to Geo? Yes, with? Okay, that's my quiz for you. Tell me after my talk if you Google. and whatever, ask ChatGPT here. So that's, see, this is a chart which shows the top US ETFs. These are proper listed ETFs which the regulator is okay with, and through them you can invest in bitcoins, you can invest in Ethereum, you can invest in other digital assets, blockchain, the overall technology. And the first one came in 2024, which currently has AUM of about 92 billion. So this is in millions the figure, so it turns out to be 92 billion. The second one is by Fidelity. So all of them are giving you exposure to Bitcoin or Ethereum or the underlying technology. How? Just the way a silver or a gold ETF would give you exposure to silver and gold in India, that they will keep that amount of Bitcoin or Ethereum safe, like in a cold storage, what they call, in their own custody. So it's not that you're holding the Bitcoin, but you're getting exposure to the price of Bitcoin. And year to date, what is the rise in the prices? It's up by 21, 26%. Of course, there'll be expenses and all deducted. That's for iShares, the first one. So you have a huge number, and many of them are running into billions with overall AUM of 197. What have we seen in India in terms of cryptocurrencies? Have we seen any development so far? Not much. A bit we did know, we did hear of RBI coming up with what? The central bank digital currency. Yeah, that's like it's still a project which is underway. There's something interesting happening otherwise. We're in the real world now. So I had mentioned blockchain in the morning, where actually tokenization of real assets is happening. For example, your artwork. There is other different assets which are now tokenized and put up on the blockchain. And what is blockchain? Blockchain is basically, it's a ledger. What is a ledger? Ledger is a book where you keep your records. And what is blockchain? It's a decentralized ledger. So it's there with everybody. So it's spread, so it's not centralized, it's decentralized. And then you have the tokenized system there, which is also called the NFTs, the non-fungible tokens, which are there, in which your asset is logged. So if, let's say, something is my artwork and it's placed on the blockchain, nobody can change it. So there is no change which is possible on blockchain. And these things are coming up in India. We haven't seen much of it, but in the US, Franklin Templeton was the first actually asset management company which had come up with a tokenized fund in 2021. And there is experimentation happening. So this is, of course, an arena that you should know about. But in terms of the Indian scenario, there is not much happening because there is no regulatory approval in terms of having a Bitcoin or an Ethereum ETF. We are still far from having a leveraged or an inverse leveraged ETF in India. So it's still a very long way to go. But in the US, it's all existing. And maybe if you guys actually get to a job with one of these players, you may be working on these things. So that's broadly what I wanted to touch upon in terms of these asset classes, the rising asset classes, just to give you a glimpse of what is happening. And one slider on mutual funds. Mutual funds, as many of you may feel, like my client felt, that is probably boring and we should look for something exciting, also remains as a very relevant asset class. It's equity backed in certain cases, it's backed by bonds in certain cases, it's also backed by commodities. So depending on which mutual fund you're going to pick, you have a variety. The industry size is currently at 75.61 trillion rupees, not dollars. But it's increased sixfold in 10 years. And in the last 3 years alone, we've seen a 5 times rise. But in terms of an asset class, let's say, we talk about asset allocation chart. As a household, as your household, you talk to your parents, what is the percentage share that actually goes into equity and to mutual fund? It would roughly be 3 to 5%, not more than that, and maybe not even that much. Why? Because most of our assets are still locked up in gold, real estate, fixed income. We all love fixed income. EPF through EPF, PPF, they are wonderful, of course, products, and also through fixed deposits. Because we don't see the depreciation that is happening, we only see that, overall, the notionally you feel that yes, you're making returns, you're not looking at the real returns there. But I think mutual funds is one actor we can say which can make way in all movies. Sometimes like Pankaj Tripathi perhaps, who can do justification to any role given. So I think mutual funds is still relevant, it's here to stay. And with all these emerging asset classes, what you finally need to choose and decide when you are probably managing portfolios is decide on which parameters, of course, the risk, the how deep are the pockets for the investor, what the risk profile for the investor is. Are you actually chasing a fad, or is it just FOMO that is driving an asset class or a product? And what is the tenure and all these boring terminologies, but there is abundance, or there is abundant opportunity out there. There is so much which is happening, and I think you can pick your actor and make a great portfolio for yourself and for your investors tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the insightful and forward-looking section. A deep dive into the world of emerging investment classes and how innovation, data, and technology are transforming the investment ecosystem was truly enlightening. Your perspectives have given us a clear understanding of how these each asset classes are shaping the future of wealth creation and portfolio management. As we move ahead, let's turn our attention to the subject that beautifully blends finance with innovation. WealthTech and robo-advisory. Can algorithms outperform fund managers? It is a privilege to welcome Mr. Anupreet Chaudhary, co-founder of Beyond IRR and DevUp, two ventures focused on building research-driven investment infrastructure and systematic strategies for Indian investors.
With over 7 years of experience in financial services, Sir specialized in quantitative research, asset allocation, and technology-led strategy development. He holds a BTech from IIT Guwahati and an MBA from IIM. Prior to his entrepreneurial journey, he served as a quant analyst at a 361 asset manager, where he contributed significantly to the development of innovative investment treatments.
Through his insights, we will explore how technology, data, and algorithms are reshaping wealth management and investment decision making, and whether sophisticated models can outperform traditional fund managers. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to Mr. Anupreet Chaudhary.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all the faculty members, organizing team, and the students for inviting me to such a beautiful campus. When I first heard about this topic, can algorithms outperform fund managers, I was a bit excited. The excitement had multiple layers. Excitement was just because I have spent more than 7 years in this field, working on different quant algos. And I was very excited to talk about whatever time I've spent in the last 7, 8 years. It is also exciting to know that in India there are more than 20 crore DMATs. DMAT is an account where you can put shares once you buy it. 20 crore DMAT, out of which 5 crores are active clients. It's a huge number. Out of 5 crores, around 3 crores are clients which have done DIY, right? This is on the investor side. When we talk about on the fund manager side, like how many people are actually there to cater to the needs of the investor. We have around 1,000 odd equity mutual funds, where around 200 to 300 fund managers are there, right? And we have other structures also like PMS, AIF. More or say like if you combine everything, the talent is very little, right? It would be around 500 to 600 people who are managing money. And in the previous presentation, we have seen the mutual fund AUM has grown to 75 lakh crores, right? It's a huge number, and still India's penetration is far, far below the US as compared to US, right? There is a huge talent there. So for you guys, it's very exciting thing that you can enter in fields like algorithm. And because of this gap, and the way fund managers work, the way fundamental investing works, it's not going to fulfill India's need, right? So we need smarter algorithms who can, automate things, do it at scale, and that's why it's a very interesting piece. It's also exciting because it's one of the best ways to make money. So before further ado, let's start. Before starting on this topic, I want to just get a overview. Like, what do you mean by algorithm? If anyone can just say about it, like 1 or 2 words. What do you guys mean by algorithm? Algorithm in the sense of investing. If anybody has some say, like I can help you. Like, is it about data? More data, right? Whatever term that comes into your mind. Data, automation, yeah. Just quickly, we can get some views on this.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Prakash Sakhe from the junior batch. I believe algorithm is based on the data or the historical data, and on the basis of investing, if a stock price changes or moves according to out of a certain beyond limit, it just comes into play and buys or sells the stock according to the factors.
According to the rules. So you're saying set of rules and data, right? And done by computers, human intervention, something like that. Yeah, so more or like any algorithm is broadly on these principles, and that will cover. Speaking of making money, so let's start with a very simple algorithm, right? If if we have, let's say, top 500 companies, right? So what you have to do, you have to go to one of the exchanges, let's say NSE, take out all the companies. There are around 2,000 listed companies. Sort them using their market capitalization. Take the top 500 companies. That's the first step. Now, for these 500 companies, calculate 6-month return and 12-month return. Okay, so you just have to calculate the recent 6-month and 12-month return, and divide it by the daily standard deviation of the daily returns. Right? So you have two values for all these 500 companies. Just take the average of these two values for each of the companies, and then you sort the 500 companies based on the new value I have calculated. Out of these sorting, just take the top 50 and do rebalancing every 6 months. Means you have to do this calculation every 6 months. It's a very simple algorithm. If you would have done this, right, in the past 10 years, you would have beaten almost 80% of the fund managers, and I'm talking about the flexi cap category. So all the leading fund managers, 80% of them would be underperforming, right? So on average, 18% is your return, and 15% is the average return of any mutual fund you pick, right? So what is this called? This is called momentum. So just now I have explained one of the most prominent algorithm in the space of factor investing. So algos, like that student was telling, it has 3 pillars, right? One, it has to be very objective. By objective, I mean it has to be very defined. All the characteristics has to be defined, right? That's how we define an algorithm. So in the previous example, I have defined characteristics like market cap. I have defined characteristics like returns, 6-month, 12-month returns, standard deviation, right? All these things are objective. There is no if and but around it, right? There is no gray scale. It's black and white. You can just calculate it. So first rule is it has to be objective. Second, it has to be rule based. What was our rule? Take 500 companies, calculate all these values, objective values, characteristics. Select the top 50 companies and do it every 6 months. So it's very rule based. There is no human intervention required, right? And entire process has to be systematic. By systematic, I mean it has to be driven by system, right? If all these 3 criteria are met, then it's an algorithm. Okay. So very famous algorithm that I am sure all of you know about. It's called Nifty 50, right? It's also an algorithm. So you calculate market cap of all the listed stocks on any exchange, it's NSE. Nifty is about NSE. Sort them from their market cap, largest to smallest, pick top 50. buying the proportion of market cap. Right? As simple as that. In this simple algo, if you are a large cap investor, a large cap fund manager, only 25 to 30% of the people have outperformed Nifty 50, right? And in US also we have seen in a lot of cases, lot of studies, people have always come out that most of the fund managers struggle in performing as simple as index, which is nothing but a very simplistic algo. Right? So now you might be getting some idea what is an algo. It's not always that simple, but simple thing works. Okay. Sometimes algo misfires also, right? So now we are getting much more into detail. This is the time of 2010 when the Greek debt crisis was happening. The government of Greece was struggling with their a lot of debt that had occurred post 2008, and this particular date on which this entire algorithm is fired was 6th May of 2010. So already the market was down, and we are talking about S&P 500, which is a US index, right? Market was down already like 2-3%. Around 2:32 p.m. There's a mutual fund called Weddell and Reed. They wanted to hedge their losses, right? Market was down, they had a long exposure. It was like a fundamental kind of mutual fund. So what they did, they started selling E-mini S&P contracts. It's a future contract. If you sell it, you already have long position in cash. You sell it, there's a hedge, right? The algorithm that they were using to put orders in the market was very simple. Just take the last minute trading volumes, and you have to do only 9% of that volume, not more than 9, just 909. Okay. And their quantity was huge, 75,000 E-mini contracts. It's a huge as compared to the trading that happened on that day, right? At that time, there was a new player in the market. It was called as HFT, high frequency trading. We have a session on HFT as well, maybe after my session. So I will not get deep into it. HFT mostly are very micro, high frequency strategies which try to play around the inefficiencies at a very micro level. So these HFTs, what they used to do at that time, and it was a bit of illegal, but a lot of people used to do, was something called as spoofing. So what is spoofing? They used to put fake orders, okay, and cancel it in a matter of milliseconds. So you put order, it seems like order book, there are a lot of buyer or seller interest, and then you cancel it, right? Now imagine the algorithm which the mutual fund is trying to sell. It's a 9% of the last trading volume that is happening, right? So that day, they started calculating 9% of the previous minute, and that was fake. So number was on the higher side, it's skewed, right? And because of that order, it got filled, and HFT quickly took the inventory. Then again, the volume went high, and it spiraled. Within 30 minutes time, the entire index was down by 9%. Everybody was like, "What is happening?" Nobody had a clue what happened, right? And the beauty of technology, because the session is around technology, is that in earlier days, maybe in the Harshad Mehta's days, whenever you buy a share, right, it used to take 10 to 15 days to deliver the shares, and it was not dematerialized. It was in a physical format, like literally piece of paper, right? But here it was all electronic, right? That's how the technology has moved. So because of that, you could a single point like which trade had was the reason behind all this, flash crash as we call it, right? I will not get much into details. It's very fairly technical. I can explain you order by order like what happened. But just to summarize what happened, mutual fund was putting a sell orders. HFT took it in their book, so they were long on inventory, so they had a lot of future contracts. HFT by design don't want to hold anything, so they have to sell it. Right? So when they started selling, they found there was no buyer, right? Because they took everything on their books. So they started selling to each other. All the HFTs were selling to each other, and in matter of minutes, it was like a hot potato. You can see here on the screen. It looks like a potato, right? Like potato. So they was like selling to each other, and in between there was a circuit breaker, trading stopped and everything eventually recovered. So these are the things. Like why this happened, right? Why this happened? So algorithm versus fund managers, it's more like humans versus computers, right? But even computers are designed by humans. So if you see at a very broader sense, that 9% limit on the previous minute candle volume was just on the volume. Usually when you design algorithms, it has to be foolproof. You have to put certain price limits, right? So even if trading 9% of the volume, I would say I will not pay more than this price. That was not right. And because of that, prices fell. I'll not get into much details, but it went to a level, to an extent that even companies like Accenture were worth more than entire US economy for a second. Uh, like if you, we can discuss this offline, like how such thing works. But if you want to understand the entire crux of investment, and this is my view, like a lot of people can have a different view. There's only one thing that you should look at, and it's called the book. Okay. So whenever you put a order, right, whenever you want to buy some stock, what could be the reason? Let's say if you want to buy a stock, you feel fundamentally it's a good business. Let's say some IPOs are coming, right? So you feel okay, it looks good, business are good, numbers are good. You want to take the ownership in that company. So you want to buy. Your intent is buy, right? When you buy, market opens, you put an order, right? Order has two aspects. One is you will tell what price you want to get. Like you will do all the calculation, whatever is your algo or whatever is your analysis. You will put a buy price and you put what quantities you want to buy. Okay. So it's a typical one of the order books taken from a live market, just showing the top five. It's a whole depth. I'm not showing the depth. Just wanted to give you an understanding why prices go up. So let's say if I'm a fundamental investor, right? I like a company, I like the business, I like the management. I want to buy at a certain price. So I'll put that order. And that order has to be filled by the sellers who are willing to sell. So here you can see the bid price is 577.05. That's the best bid price at 81 quantity, right? And bid price will always be less than the best ask. So the buyer who wants to buy will not pay the price the seller wants to sell. There will be always a gap. Okay. If there is no gap, obviously the trading will happen, right? So you can see the best seller want to accept is 577.35 and buyer is 577.05. So if a lot of people are putting orders, let's say market order comes, there is no limit order, all the people are buying, they just put an order that I will buy any stock at any price. What will happen on the left side? First 15 quantities will be filled, then next 15, next 347, 120, 130, it will fill immediately. Okay. And because you can see the prices are sorted, so the trading price will go from 57.35, 577.35, 40, 45, 50, 65, and the price will go up. Right. So no matter what kind of investor you are, what kind of intent you have, if you understand how the market works, this is like real supply versus demand. Right? You have suppliers, you have people who are giving demand, and if it matches, the prices go up, and you can see like line by line why they are going up, right? So given that, right, if we have to compare and come back to our original topic, why we need humans, right? I mean, algos are done so well. Yeah, there are certain cases where there are misfires and all, but we can design systems better, right? Why we need a human fund manager? It's because there are certain aspects of strategies that algos can't do, right? I feel if you want to make money in markets, you have to focus on three things. One is selection, like which assets to buy, which stocks to buy and all. Second is allocation. You have decided you have to buy 10 stocks, but how much money you want to allocate to each of the stocks? If you allocated less money to a stock which did really well, you will not make too much of money, right? So you want that allocation also to be optimized. And last piece is execution. At a very small account level, let's say you are trading on 2 lakh, 3 lakh rupees, it will not matter much. But in my previous roles, I worked for companies where we used to trade let's say thousands and crores in one stock. It used to take around 20, 30 days to fulfill the order, right? So we can't go wrong. We don't have that liberty to go wrong, because if we have taken 20, 30 days to take the position in a particular stock, obviously we can't liquidate it in 1 or 2 days, right? Without getting the price impact. Hence, any selection has to be right, execution has to be beautifully done, right? And you can see humans versus algorithm. When we talk about selection, humans are very good at understanding the context. If I meet a management of a company, I can understand, okay, he's a very well educated, has done a very good job in the previous organization, I can bet on that. It's very difficult for algorithms to make rules around it, it's very subjective. Okay. On the allocation, humans are very conviction driven. Let's say if I understand this company is very good, although all my risk my parameters might not allow me to take a considerable size in that company, but I can have certain conviction and put very concentrated portfolio and make money out of it. On the algorithm side, they are optimized and repeatable, so they will take small amounts, repeat it 100 times and make money. Right? Executions, discretion saves capital for human, right? So if I feel that certain company is not looking good, maybe because of economy, maybe because of management, I will have the discretion. It's not yet published in the data. There's no one who can make a quantitative rule around it. Algorithms, on the other hand, are very fast and emotionless. That's one of the advantage that algorithms have. They don't have any emotions. Like in my previous organization, I used to run this quant-based strategy. There was no emotions involved, and mostly my friends on the fundamental side used to debate like why you bought this company. It looks bad, and it used to do bad, right? So the moment we take the position, it used to go down maybe 20, 30 days later. So I used to say very simple thing: if it does bad, I will sell it. You will not be able to sell it because there is an emotion attached. So I don't have any emotions. I don't maybe know what the company does. I just have the numbers. If it fits in my algo, I will buy it and sell it. Okay. So just summarizing, humans are good at context intuition, emotional intelligence, complex negotiations. This is one of the part where I want to discuss. Let's say Lenskart IQ is coming. Piyush Bansal might own 6 to 7% of the company, right? If I have to buy 5% of the company, let's say I have a huge conviction on the company, I can't go to the market and buy it. I need a person, I will talk to him or her, one-on-one meetings and convince that we will buy it, right? Those kind of things are called as block deals or maybe off-market transactions. This can't be done through algos, right? So all this negotiation take place after markets, in the boardrooms, and then the trade happens on the exchange, but it is already predetermined. Primary and field research, humans are very good at it. They can go to factories, they can meet the employees, they can know if the company is declaring something is it true or not. AI are catching up, they have new technologies, they have satellite images, they have a lot of other data analytical tools that they can use. Algos are good at speed and scale, like I already said. They are very disciplined, they can recognize a pattern, and they are very cost efficient. So if I have to combine everything, right, and all the strategies, I am not sure whether it is visible or not, but I have tried to plot it because management students usually love different kind of matrix, so I have tried to put it into 2 by 2, where x-axis is something on quantifiable or rule driven. So there is a score from 0 to 1, how quantifiable a particular strategy is. So less quantifiable versus more quantifiable. And on the y-axis, we have contextual or judgment needed to drive that strategy, again 0 to 1 scale. So if you see on the top left, right, these are high judgment based strategies. So we can have something like venture capital, diversified P. We have in the last session we talked about private credit, those kind of strategies, right? Anything which is let's say on the principles of fundamentals investing, like Warren Buffett, Charlie Munger, all those people have done really well. So all those are judgment driven. They are humans thrive. And if you are on the quantifiable side, let's say you're talking about latency arbitrage, you're talking about statistical arbitrage, anything around HFT, market making, all those kind of strategies, then humans are not able to, match what the algos can deliver. So last slide, this is more like a poll. So let's say if you have, invest your 1 lakh rupees, then out of these three options, just raise your hand. What would you prefer? Like if you have 1 lakh rupees to invest, would you, let's say first option, your own gut, your own feeling about the company. How many people will go for that? Very nice. Okay, 2, 3. What about the fund managers? So we have a lot of funds. Okay, quite a few people. And what about an algorithm? Let's say you, okay, not much. Okay. So if you see all this distribution just in the poll that we did, as long as there are some people in each of these baskets, this question whether algorithm is better or fund manager is better will always be in the gray zone. It will never be black and white. Okay. For me personally, in my own experience, I will never trust my own gut. Fund managers have been in the fund industry. I know there are a lot of smart people. I would trust my money with that. Algorithm, my bread and butter is around it, maybe 50% of my time. Thank you. We have questions. We have time to take questions. Yeah, please. Anyone can ask.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Vikrant, from Senior Batch. And my question to you is that since we talked about the algorithm trading, and we know that it enables with the multiple punching of orders. So I believe that with the multiple punching of orders, we have to pay a heavy amount of taxes and multiple brokerage fees. So that will obviously decrease our profit amount. So how do you believe like that can be mitigated?
Okay, so a very good question. Depends on the quant strategy. Quant strategy itself is a spectrum. There could be 1,000 plus strategy in quantitative algo-driven investment per se, right? So when you talk about something like factor investing, where we would hold any stock for 2 or 3 months and then churn it out, obviously we have to account for all these factors. Okay. Any strategy which is churning a lot of money, like buying, selling, there will be cost involved. There is brokerage, there is statutory charges like STT, all those kind of stuff. And obviously at the hand of investors, there are taxes. Okay, so we have to consider all this. On top of it, then we have to make alpha, right? So any quant fund manager, his or her focus is to make alpha over and above this cost and significant alpha, also beating the benchmark. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense, right? I mean, why would you invest in a stock which looks good on paper, but then transaction costs are too high that it eats away your profit? Okay. So it depends, like on the spectrum of quant strategies, if you are more focused on, let's say, behavioral finance side, factors and all those stuff, then churn are not too high. Maybe like the momentum strategy that I built has a churn of around 1100% in a year. Okay, so it churns, buys and sells its entire portfolio 11 times during a year, not much. HFT, they can do, like 1 lakh, 2 lakh times they can churn within a day, okay, per stock. So it depends, right? If HFT is also fighting all this cost, as a factor investor also we are fighting all this, right? So on top of it, we have to build alpha, and that's why the challenge is. That's where the challenge is. So I hope I answered your question.
So one more question.
Yes.
Like
Just one second.
I request Pabli ma'am to come on stage as for the question and answer.
Okay, you can go ahead.
sir, If someone like me who want to explore this area in the field of quant finance or HFTs or something like algo trading, I've never been to IIT or something like that. So I don't have that proper knowledge and mathematical tools and knowledge to know what. So can you provide a roadmap how to begin and how to compete with other IITs and professionals in the field if I want to get the industry exposure?
Uh, See, for HFT, I'll be very honest. HFT doesn't require any finance education process. HFTs are mostly computer science problems, right? They are fighting with the technology. If you talk about numbers, just to give you a perspective, it takes around 300 milliseconds to blink an eye. Okay. HFT orders are like it's a circular order, buy and sell. It happens in a matter of nanoseconds, microseconds, not nano. Microsecond is thousandth of a millisecond. So imagine by the time you blink your eye, almost 2,000, 3,000 orders have just bought and sold. The speed at which this is happening, right? You need a cutting edge technology. It's a technology problem. It's not a finance problem. Okay. And for that, you need a very deep understanding of two things. One is mathematics. In HFT, there are typical two type of roles. One is called as HFT researcher, who finds all these patterns, do ML, maybe not ML also. They will figure out the way to put orders, what kind of signals they have to do. Then there would be an HFT developer, who is mostly like a computer science guy, who is working on the networks of computers, how to build this system, who can put orders inside it in a matter of microseconds. So it's a completely different field. And it's a field where it's very rewarding, but then it's a field where if you have to try, then you have to build all these fundamentals. Okay, you need to understand from a very grassroots level. For example, when let's say we click on something, like we usually see anything, any output on, let's say grow terminal, right? Grow or zero terminal. You have login, you see all these orders, you punch in orders, right? That's a terminal which is a web-based application. Obviously, computer, so CPUs, RAMs, all what would be there. So it is going through CPU, going through your network card, then going through the internet, hitting the server of Zero, putting orders, right? In HFT, they do calculation not even at CPU level. Okay, so they do calculation at, let's say, something called as cache. So it is not even coming to the main computer. It is just happening, all the calculations happening at in a very crude sense, if I have to say, a transistor or a semiconductor level. All those logics are written in one zeros, binaries, all those kind of stuff. So that they don't ever even want to save that particular time lag to come to main CPU and do the calculation. They don't want that. It's a huge space, very, very, very competitive. Like, I'm not sure if you have heard of this case of Jane Street. Recently, they were, SEBI had some kind of problem with their trading algorithms. It is not only about technology, it is also about capital. If you have to replicate all the things that Jane Street did, you will never be able to do it because they are selling like thousands of crores of stocks in the cash and then booking profits in the options. That is not possible without capital. That is not possible with the technology that they have built, right? So if you want to go into it and you are very determined, you should start with the basics of computer science and then start building. Okay, I've learned how network works. I've learned how CPU works, all those kind of stuff, and then start building those foundations. Work with the really smart people. I was very fortunate to work with a lot of people who work with firms like Tower Research, all those big HFT firms, right? So I know the rigor. I also know money in that is very competitive. It's very difficult for those firms also to make money because the person sitting in Tower is as good as sitting in, let's say, some other firm, IIT or JST. Right? So it's very difficult to outsmart someone who is already smart. Okay, so, but just to be on the other side of the quant strategy, let's say factor, it's a huge space. All people like you can go. It's bit of mathematics, statistics, and obviously finance. Right? In India, around 10,000 odd crores are into those kind of statistics, growing at a very fast pace. A lot of new firms have come who are looking for quant analysts, and it is as good as HFTs. Now, HFTs are also trying to enter into something more as these kind of strategies, right? I don't remember the example, but a lot of people are now entering into factor-based things also. So for you, I would say try to build up your skills on mathematics, statistics, and use your finance knowledge because you have spent so much time, 12, 13 years of your time building that foundation. Don't waste it on things that looks greener from the outside, but it might not be that green. Right? So, and then enter into something which factors investing is trying to get. Okay. So I hope I answered you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So my question is for Praveen, ma'am. I'm Pranav Sethi here from the second year. So, ma'am, you spoke about how cryptocurrencies in India is a little difficult market because of the fact that RBI is not regulating it, and I checked online as well. So there are not a lot of funds that are investing in cryptocurrencies. So for the older generation, like if they have been investing in mutual funds for so long because they've been convinced that mutual funds are here. So how do you think we can get them to invest in funds that have crypto in them? Like there are a few funds, like there are Nippon funds, for example, that invest in the US market. They are fund of funds. So how do you think the older generation can be convinced on an instrument which is still so grey in the Indian market?
I was so scared of your question.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't mean to scare you.
I really got up. So, see, mutual funds, we don't consider them as an emerging product anymore. They're backed with equity. But so there's always difference in theory and practice. But practically speaking, there are so many investors still in their 40s, like you said, that although they know mutual funds are here, they haven't invested. People who are in their 40s, we've just started creating portfolios for them to let's say their retirement is just about 15 to 20 years away, and try and convince them that probably this is one of the products which can help you reach retirement. And for them, going through these volatile markets in itself is a very knowing that the fund can drop or the fund value can drop and then experiencing it is absolutely different. Telling them that, when market corrections come, 30% fall ho sakta, they'll be like, yeah, good. And when the markets are high, they all want to invest in small caps. So what we're talking about is the right psyche. And only with experience, once they've been through and you handhold them through that journey, maybe after 2 falls is when they start telling us that, market ke liye aap paise lagao. So number one, that eventually you all learn through experience only. Be it mutual funds and mutual funds also, people, first-time investors, they are difficult to deal with because nobody wants on the face of it that the value of their money looks eroded. When fixed deposits erode the purchasing power of their money, that's not visible. So they are very comfortable with it. But looking at a negative return is not comfortable. Now coming back to how cryptocurrencies can actually make a place. So interestingly, what happens is that our risk appetite is very high when we want to experiment on our own. So I have some investors because now in tax filing you have to tell whether you have some crypto exposure or not. So they actually sheepishly came up that हमने लगाया था अब हम निकाल नहीं पा रहे. But people want to experiment. It also tells us that people like to experiment. But coming to something which is so well regulated, I think it's going to be a challenge. Number one, investing in US markets at this stage, if you know, through mutual funds, has a capping of $8 billion US dollars. Okay, so through when mutual funds invest outside India, they have a capping of 7 billion, and through ETFs, when you invest, you have a capping of $1 billion US dollars. This limit was set back in 2008. It's been many years, 15, 16 years. This limit has not changed. How big is the single largest ETF which is investing into India? Single largest ETF investing into India is more than the entire industry size, how much mutual funds can invest abroad. And RBI has This limit has been breached 3 years back and it is not being increased. So currently we can't invest outside India to take exposure into crypto. So what are we left with? So like you said, Nippon, there are other funds. There are so many funds which are giving us exposure to S&P 500, Nasdaq, other actively managed funds which can probably invest into these ETFs outside India. But currently that limit has been breached. So whatever exposure is there is there. Through LRS, we can invest. Through LRS, the liberalized remittance scheme, through that we can invest. I think as Indian investors, if you're looking to take exposure to crypto, the better idea is to go and actually invest in an ETF which is listed in the US exchange because at least it is regulated. The volatility part has to, I mean, you have to show them the charts, that is 60% fall, 70% fall, but it's always through experience. So you start small, maybe you invest with, let's say, 50,000, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, whatever be like little proportion. So you decide that 2% of my exposure can go. But you learn through experience. But currently, I think in India, we are really, really far away from having our own crypto fund, and the exposure has to be through US only. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, ma'am, it does. There is a follow-up, but due to the time constraints, I'll ask it later. Thank you, ma'am.
So good afternoon, I'm Akhtar Privitti. So I had a question for Praveen ma'am around private equity and credit because this is the area which really fascinates me. So as we know that Indian banks face stricter lending norms and private credit in India has still not grown to that extent as compared to the global market. So what do you think needs to change in terms of investor or customer mindset for it to truly take off?
See, when we compared with US, in India we saw that the Indian mutual fund industry size is, about 67 trillion rupees. The globally, the mutual fund and ETF industry size is roughly about 85 US dollar trillion. So India, I mean, such a well-regulated product like mutual funds where there's so much a push is also a very minuscule size. So for something like private credit to actually come to a place where maybe normal investors are taking exposure to it, I think it will take a lot of time. And what can be done about it is probably awareness. I think more sessions. There is always demand. We've seen this rise in P2P lending, what I had mentioned earlier. So there is obviously demand. There are so many companies which are looking to raise funds. And I think India is a developing country. It is a booming economy. But this money, the investor money is outside money only, which is coming. Athar, right? Yeah. So Athar, this money which is coming into India is mostly the foreign investors who are looking to invest. But I think it will take time, and going forward, maybe the next decade is what can be the time when this segment expands in India. But I think as a term also it's very new. So more education, more of these programs, other things which can help, but. I think it's a long way to go. Like I said, it's just 0.25% of the corporate lending that we have. But we didn't close big deals. It's a segment where potential is there, but will take time.
Thank you, leaders, for such an insightful and knowledgeable session. To formally convey our gratitude to our eminent leaders who have shared their expertise with us this morning, I now have the honor of inviting our respected faculty coordinator, Dr. C. Abhimanyu Sahu, to deliver the vote of thanks for the first half of the talk.
Okay, thank you all, and good afternoon once again. And we have reached the end of the first the discussions. We have great leaders. So I'll not be taking much time because we are running a little late and we'll be starting the next session early. It's a great and extraordinary interaction we had, and all the three leaders are really great in their discussion. So Mr. Muhammad Ibrahim, he spoke about AI and what is the use of AI, how it's entering into our daily life. like better and more convenient, and how it is unfolding in the time to come. Yes, and we also spoke about the AI should be ethical and regulated. It's a great thing. And that's what we have learned, and yeah, we can better on explore by watching. And the next speaker, Madam Praveen, she was speaking on the mutual funds, ETFs, the private lending, private equity, so on and so forth. It's very exciting for all of us. And Mr. Anuprit, he was speaking on algo and quants. Great. It's a new eye-opening conversation for all of you. You can later on explore and take it as a career option ahead. Yeah, it's very fantastic session. I was also learning a lot in these interactions. So yeah, that's all. And on behalf of the School of Commerce, Exam University, and the great team in Phoenix, fantastic members I have. Really, it's a pleasure to have those young dynamic kids. Fantastic. They organize such a nice and brilliant manner. Very nice. So on behalf of the entire team in Phoenix and School of Commerce, I thank all our guests from the bottom of our heart. They covered such a long distance Cambodia, and so educated our kids into the future finance professionals. Really, they would be using these learnings in their career ahead and great professionals to become. That's all. Thank you all of you.
Thank you, sir. As a token of a sincere appreciation for the valuable insight and inspiring leadership, we now invite our faculty members to present the mementos to our distinguished leaders. These tokens symbolize our gratitude for their unwavering commitment, visionary guidance, and impactful contributions to our event and the broader financial community. I now invite Professor Vijay Bhatt to please come forward and present a token of gratitude to Mr. Mohammed Ibrahim.
Right. To the university, firstly, I was so impressed, but this entire event is being managed by students only. I have not interacted with one faculty. And imagine, this is happening in 2000, someone calling you through LinkedIn. I've never been to Bhubaneswar, this part of the country I've never been to. And someone told that, no, there is a college, you have to come and speak. I wouldn't have come. But no, special thanks to Kushi, who was coordinated with me. Brought me here. This is, I think, whatever the university is giving you the opportunity to do, the entire Infinix team, the Privitti team, what you're doing is you're learning through practice, and to be part of a university like this, which is driving the culture like this, I think you should be proud to be associated with it. But thank you so much, and it's super interesting. Thank you.
Please come forward and present the token of gratitude to Ms. Nandini Bhatt. I now invite Professor Lisa Mohanty to please come forward and present the token of gratitude to Mr. Anupam Chaudhary.
Thank you, everyone. All right, everyone. It's time to test not just knowledge, but speaking. Welcome to our mind trip, where the quickest mind and the sharpest reflexes take it. That's right. It's time to test not just knowledge, but skill. Welcome to the mind. That's right, and just on your reflexes and just answer. The rules are simple. The questions will appear on the screen. You will have 30 seconds to answer each question. Do not switch tabs or minimize the video during this. Once you submit an answer, you cannot leave. The participant with the highest score and fastest responses will be declared as
I request everyone to kindly scan the QR code to join the quiz. I request everyone to please join fast. We'll be starting in 30 seconds. So we are beginning with the quiz. This is the first question on the screen. The correct answer is? The next question is, which digital tool is mentioned as complementing AI agents by empowering non-coders with data automation and analytics? The correct answer is? Next question is, the private equity waterfall calculation example was used. The next question is in investment banking, AI powered platforms. The next question is on your screen. The correct answer is the next question is on the screen.
Which of the following would least likely qualify as an alternative investment category?
The correct answer is actively managed mutual fund schemes. The next question is on the screen.
In the context of modern portfolio theory, which statement most accurately defines an alternative asset class?
The correct answer is investment categories offering diversification. The next question is on the screen. The 2010 flash crash was primarily attributed to the correct answer is on the screen. The next question is on the screen.
Algorithmic investment systems are most vulnerable to failure.
The correct answer is the last question for the first quiz. Sustained outperformance in wealth management most reliably arises from the correct answer is congratulations to our participants, Shri Swaroop, Anand, and Saurabh. You truly set the stage on fire. Now I invite Sir to present the rewards to the winners. The winners are requested to please come on stage. Thank you, sir. Let's give everyone a final thunderous round of applause.
And faculty members, join us for lunch. Here, we look forward to spending time. Students are required to remain seated for next 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Everyone is requested to please return back by 2:30. So we'll start with the second half.
गलती से सही हो
कैसे प्रिंट करना है इसको नेक्स्ट
What? कब खाए?
The next question is honestly I saw your video.
मैंने कचरा कहाँ फेंका पता है? वो पोडियम के अंदर। आता नहीं तेरे को दीजिए वो बड़ा वाला लाया हूँ
एक बार थोड़ा बहुत करके जाती हूँ फिर वो चले जाते हैं लोग जो मैं लंच दिन आती हूँ
ठीक है मेरा कोई लेट नहीं होगा आई हैव नो रश मेरे को 2 चिप्स का पैकेट ही खाना है
बिस्किट हमको सब डबल शेक वाले ऐसे कैसे खोल के नहीं रखेंगे ना खोल के रखने होते हैं
बिस्किट्स अगर कोई प्लेट में तो
सॉसर में ना
सॉसर अगर कोई
ये पैकेट खुला होगा
अगर कोई प्लेट में उसके ऊपर सजा तो उसके ऊपर वो फॉइल लगा और प्लास्टिक तो ऐसे ही छोड़ दो
तो एक बार सॉसर के ऊपर माजा पीने की पड़े
Privitti के लिए
इधर एक और सॉसर चाहिए होगा इधर 2 या 3 लोग इधर बैठे हैं 3 उधर बैठे हैं 2 इधर बैठे हैं यहाँ पे 1 2 उधर वाला इधर ले आओ इधर की टेबल पे ले आओ इधर 3 सॉसर चाहिए इधर एक और सॉसर आएगा उधर देखो टेबल में भी आदमी उधर टेबल पे एक है और माजा भी तो हाँ वो तो नहीं अरे तो एक माजा भी रखते हैं एक और सॉस ले लीजिएगा
तुमको लगता है कि BNY इन्वेस्टर है? हाँ वो देखा था तो जो काम हो रहा है ये क्या बोलते हैं उसको नहीं वो सब निकल गया I remember probably to the field that it was ये बोतल खाली है ଗୋଟେ ବି ଆସି କହିଛି ଯେ ପୁରା ଶୀତ ହେଇଗଲାଣି। अरे से नूआ आसीले होला हम तीन तो के लिए यार कौन बोली लाइटर नॉट बेसिकली इम्पोर्टेंट तो बैकग्राउंड में देख रहे हैं
That's what I have. Experience.
खाना खाने के लिए आना था नहीं ताकि ऑर्डर करके खाना खाना था
मेरा और बेकार है
इवेंट के बाद प्लीज जाते हैं केवल नहीं करेगा अपनी टाइम
का कैमरा घुमा के मत
वो नहीं वो हमें बाहर आने में ऐसे ठीक है छोड़ छोड़
फर्स्ट ईयर फर्स्ट ईयर प्लीज एक्सप्लोर योर ओन कोर्स
यथा मित्रं तथा वरः यथा मानस तथा बुद्धिः यथा बुद्धिस् तथा गतिः.
It means our wealth shapes our associations. Our associations shape our mind, and our mind guides our path.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Anmol Vatsal,
And I, Urja Rani Sahu,
welcome you back to Privitti 2025. I hope you all had a refreshing lunch and are ready to dive into an equally engaging and thought-provoking second half of today's event. The first half of Privitti focused on a compelling journey through the digital transformation of finance, from the integration of AI in financial operations to the rapid rise of private credit, crypto, and other emerging digital assets. These discussions highlighted how the financial world is evolving at an unprecedented pace, reshaping traditional models and unlocking new frontiers of opportunity. They reminded us that finance today is not just about managing capital, but about embracing innovation, anticipating change, and driving meaningful impact.
Now, as we step into our post-lunch session, we shift gears to explore the world of finance through diverse perspective of our eminent speakers, and each bringing deep expertise and real-world insight to the table.
To formally set the tone for this session, I would now like to invite our Associate Dean, Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Mishra, a distinguished academic and guiding force at our institution, to deliver the opening remark of the second session. Please join me in welcoming Sir to the session. Officially commence the second half of 2025.
Thank you, Chief Privitti. I request all of you to settle down. Name is Privitti, but the real Pravritti will be shown here right now because the lunch is over. Okay, it indicates that we are awake. Right. Okay, very good afternoon to all of you, all the distinguished guests, those who have come from outside, from the reputed institutions. Respected Dean Sir, Professor Pradyumna Kumar Mahanti, and all the faculty members, the coordinators of the event, Professor Abhimanyu Sahu, and dear friends. Somebody has really very aptly said that man is a political animal. And this nature of being a political animal has really embedded in us in such a manner that we always look to play politics in every aspects of our life. And this particular theme which you have kept shaping tomorrow's markets, technology, trust and transformation. One thing which comes to my mind that technology can be taught to us and technology is an enabler. In business schools or in organizations, we can also learn about technologies, and through technology, we can transform things. But the only thing which is not taught anywhere is the word which is in between, that is trust. Remember one thing, businesses are tumbled not due to deficit of technology, not due to deficit of transformational leadership, but deficit of trusts or ethics. Right? I'm just setting the tone for this session to continue with. Basically, this session is all about your how geopolitics is shaping the businesses, and ultimately how the high frequency trading is also impacting the investors. This is the, you can say, premise of this particular session. Geopolitical events which all of us must be knowing, that is war, elections and trade agreements, sanctions and sanctions. All these are geopolitical events. They can dramatically shift what the market sentiments and the investor confidence also, the currency valuations and the interest rates, commodity prices, especially oil, gas and metals and the rare earths, for which the war is going on right now between different geographies. And also it will shape the regulatory environment for financial markets. And it eventually makes the capital shift from one geography to another geography. Like capital is allocated to different industries. Asset classes also see influx of capital. It may be equities, it may be bonds, commodities, and real estates. Geographies like emerging and developed markets, they can also see capital coming in. Sectors such as technology, energy, defense see source of capital coming in. Nothing more to mention about because the ongoing tussle between India and United States, just barely 1 year before we see a bonhomie between two countries, but suddenly it turned into a despair, whereas US market is virtually closed for us, right? So that's why again India's started searching for different markets to have trade and agreements, right? So geopolitical risk often leads to defensive capital allocations. Funds move to gold. See what's the gold price today standing in. US treasuries as well as stable economies. Ultimately, we come to the investors. Anywhere capital flows, the ecosystem helps the investor. The investors also try to exploit the situation to come up some better return for themselves. And for that reason, we are using high frequency trading. HFT uses algorithms and ultra fast data feeds to exploit micro price movements, arbitrage across exchanges, which is inevitable, react to news in milliseconds. Yes, HFT is typically a short term and technical, but geopolitical events can cause volatility spikes in HFT farms. It can cause volatility spikes that HFT firms capitalize on. Sorry, even though I've given the timer, my time is over. Still, I take one more minute to complete it. Politicians and academicians, very dangerous. Once they are given the microphone, they will not let it go away so easily. Geopolitical events can cause volatility spikes that HFT firms capitalize on. However, sudden geopolitical shocks can also disrupt HFT models, especially if they rely on historical patterns. And these interconnections, that is geopolitical news feeds, are now integrated into HFT algorithms via NLP models. Capital flows triggered by geopolitical shifts can create arbitrage opportunities for HFT, and regulatory changes, that is banning HFT in certain markets, are often geopolitically motivated. So we have two eminent guests with us who will throw light on this particular topic. Mr. Rahul Raghavan, I welcome you, sir. And Mr. Maj Ansari. Let us welcome them and hear from them the best, what we want to. Thank you. With this note, I hand it over to them for further proceedings.
Thank you so much, sir, for those thoughts, for those inspiring words. We now move ahead to the much awaited segment of the day, the guest speaker sessions. It is an honor to welcome two accomplished leaders from the finance domain who will share their insights on the evolving landscape of business and investment. I would now request Mr. Maz Ansari to proceed to grace the audience with his presence.
Now, let's begin with the first speaker of the second half, Mr. Rahul Raghavan. He is currently a vice president at Barclays. He has over 15 years of experience in capital markets across asset classes. He also specializes in risk management and is an FRM charter holder as well as a CFA charter holder. Today, Sir will explain to us about the geopolitical risk and capital markets. Over to you, sir.
Does this work? Can everyone hear me? How do I switch this? If somebody understands that, I'll switch off it. No? That is good. All right, thanks everyone. My name is Rahul, and I spend an unfortunate amount of time thinking about risk. And now I'm here to do the same to you guys. Talking about geopolitical risk. Now, to be clear, when we talk about geopolitics as a whole, everyone gets very excited and thinks about fancy big stuff happening. And how I'll explain how to win wars, none of that is going to happen today. What I do want to focus on is specifically geopolitical risk in terms of how it works, why it's a problem, and one potential framework with which to deal with it, right? And so, how do I move this forward? Okay. What is, as always, good to get our basics right. When I talk about geopolitical risk or a geopolitical event, I'm generally referring to something that a country does that has a deliberate direct impact on one or many other countries. For example, when India cuts its GST rate, it has it on the whole of Southeast Asia. You can't avoid it. India is a big country. Was that the point of doing it? Not necessarily. The primary point of doing it was to boost the Indian economy. What happens as a side effect is a side effect. When India levies anti-dumping duty on China's steel, that has an impact on China. Was that deliberate? Yes. Was that direct? Yes. So there is a difference between the two things, right? And these are financial events. Of course, things like war have fallout events in the financial market. I think today we'll primarily focus on financial risks and geopolitical events interact with financial risks. So obviously, whenever you have any kind of geopolitical event, be it war, be it threats, be it any kind of geopolitical event, there is a widespread impact on all capital markets, right? And usually it's a pretty negative impact on all capital markets. Of course, you have some safe haven assets which do well, but generally, broadly, most financial assets tend to do pretty badly when there is a geopolitical event. Now, geopolitical risk as a standalone doesn't actually mean anything in the capital markets. You can't necessarily quantify geopolitical risk, nor does it show up isolated. It translates into various kinds of risks. And I've got a little sideboard here. So I'm a very basic guy, so I like basic stuff. And this is a basic outline of classical risk management nomenclature. So financial risk is generally split up as market, credit, and operational risk. But under each and every one of these, you have a variety of sub-risks, right? And a very important article of faith in capital markets is you can't have returns without exposure to some kind of risk. You can't have an incremental unit of return without an incremental unit of risk. When you do have an incremental return without incremental risk, what's that called? What's it called? You have one incremental unit of return without any incremental risk whatsoever. Anybody? Louder, some confidence. Risk-free return. That's the baseline. I'm saying incremental. One more without any risk. Yes, that is the definition of arbitrage. Right? That's the definition of arbitrage is extra return without any extra risk. Taking extra risk and making more money is called risky speculation. It's not called arbitrage. Right? It's an important point to always keep in mind. Which means every risk is both a risk and an opportunity because risk and return are tied together. Right? So it becomes important to know what risks you are exposed to because you are inevitably rewarded only for exposure to those risks. Okay, so if you don't know what you are exposed to and you're making money, there is a problem somewhere, right? Now, I'll take a minute to talk about something that annoys me, and there's a lot of things that annoy me in this world, but this is one, is that it used to be, back in the 60s and 70s, that banking used to be called 363. That is, you borrow money at 3%, you lend money at 6%, and then you go play golf at 3 p.m. Right? And that was all there was to banking. It was straightforward, it was simple. And risk management used to be, you look at a person and think, hey, this is a nice, confident looking guy, let's give him a lot of money. This used to be the kind of risk management it was. Today's risk management has become extremely quantitative, which is not a bad thing, but by extension, it has become extremely probabilistic, by which I mean everything you do in risk today is linked to an underlying probability distribution. I think all of you would have quants in some way, shape, or form, and many of you already don't like probability distributions. But if you move into risk management, you will deal with probability all the time, right? And the big problem that I have with probability in risk management is it gives you a feeling of confidence as if the probability is fact. You measure something with a 99% confidence rating according to a normal distribution, and this is your value at risk. It gives you a feeling of this is it. But that almost never is the case, right? And why I'm bringing this up is modern risk management, as I said, relies extensively on the concept of probability. I've got some examples on the right. Market risk, by default, value at risk, expected shortfall. Even Basel expects you to do that. Credit risk goes through the unfortunately named expected loss, which is nuts because expected loss gives you a feeling of extreme confidence, like, yes, I know what the loss is going to be. That is equally dependent on probability because you have a probability of default baked in there. It is as unpredictable or as unexpected as unexpected losses, even though it's called expected loss, and therefore should be something that you know. Counterparty risk has potential exposure, settlement risk has MDT. Even operations risk these days is victim to this kind of probabilistic based mapping and probabilistic working out of what should be my operational risk limits. It's a serious problem that has crept into every aspect of risk management, and one that I encourage all aspiring risk managers, financial managers to think about at all times. Everybody takes 95% VAR, 99% expected shortfall as an article of faith. It really isn't, right? So there need to be, or in risk management, you've got certain important characteristics, right? First step of risk management is identification. The second one is quantification, which I've been crying about for a little bit. And the last phase is either an acceptance of the risk or a transfer of the risk. Remember, there is no such thing as cancelling the risk. There is no such thing as eliminating the risk. It simply isn't possible without throwing away your returns at the same time, which is not the point of you being in business in the first place, right? So either you accept because the risk to return is working for you, you decide this is not working for me, and I transfer/exit. Transfer and exit are basically the same thing. I exit by transferring it to somebody else. I exit by selling it to somebody else. I exit by taking an insurance policy against it. I exit by buying a hedging derivative, right? These are basically your choices, and these work pretty well for the traditional risk classes because they are very amenable to all these three steps. However, this doesn't work well for geopolitical risk. And why doesn't it work well for geopolitical risk? Because some of the things that you need, a few things that you need to have for financial risk, and luckily we do have, is they need to be quantifiable. Now, I have spent some time complaining about how people try to quantify, but there at least exist well-researched and well-understood metrics for all your traditional risks, right? It's not a black box. It used to be, but they're not anymore. You have some way of quantifying it. You have some way of putting it into a framework. You are able to produce some number, even if it's not necessarily flawless, you can produce some number around it. Most risks tend to be somewhat predictable. They tend to be somewhat diversifiable, transferable, or avoidable. Okay? All of these things mean all my traditional risks. If you look at something like market risk is absolutely quantifiable. I can use things like volatility. I can bake it into a pretty number like value at risk. I can predict it because I have a probability distribution that tells me what happened in the past. It is diversifiable because I can just buy an offsetting instrument and diversify it away. Alternatively, I can just buy enough instruments until what am I left with? If I have a fully diversified portfolio, what market risk metric am I left with? What market risk do I have to pick up? If I have a large portfolio, what risk am I left with? Anybody? Don't say risk-free rate because that doesn't have a risk. Capital asset pricing model. Anybody knows the capital asset pricing model? Yes. What left? What does beta represent? Systemic risk. So if I have a large diversified portfolio that clearly says all my alpha or specific risk or idiosyncratic risk is diversified away, I am left only with the inescapable market risk, right? This is one logic. And you can already see none of these things are applicable for geopolitical risks. I cannot possibly predict, diversify, avoid, transfer, or quantify somebody getting angry somewhere and starting a war. You cannot possibly pick even the smallest thing. Small things which go under the radar very often. India actually carries out a large number of economic-based tools, right? We have tariffs, we have sanctions, we have anti-dumping laws. All of these are geopolitical economic tools. They are totally unpredictable. They are totally difficult to quantify, difficult to avoid. If you are a Chinese steel manufacturer, you are dumping your steel in India, who's one of the world's large consumers of steel still. And India says, no, now you're going to pay 100% tariff. What exactly are you supposed to do? It is extremely difficult because they tend to be very idiosyncratic, and we'll get to this a little further. But this, I just wanted to tie this in to what I was talking about earlier. The state of risk management is that realistically, only if a risk has all of these characteristics are you able to effectively manage it. If you are not going to have most of these, then it becomes extremely difficult, and this is why geopolitical risk is such a large problem. None of our existing frameworks are capable of dealing with something like geopolitical risk. Yeah. Moving forward, more specifics around why this kind of a process doesn't necessarily work for geopolitical risk. Financial risk management requires frequent risk events. Okay? You need something to happen a lot. Why do we need something to happen a lot? Because only if something happens a lot can I create a reasonable probability distribution around that event. What is the probability of the sun exploding? Nobody really knows because the sun has never exploded before. So we don't know. We don't know the number of factors there are. What is the probability of there being a 100-point drop in the market? You can model this because it's happened a lot before. You know the factors that go into it looking historically. It's difficult to run a regression on something that has never happened before or something that very rarely happens, right? Strong degree of repeatability. Even if something happens a lot, is it going to keep happening? Same scenario, same outcome. Same scenario, same outcome is great, right? And financial markets broadly do tend to display this. If you have a similar scenario, you have a similar outcome. Early warning signals, stuff that is telegraphed. Everybody knows there are these signals. The last time ABC happened, XYZ happened, right? Technical analysis is predicated on this. Homogeneous risk events, there is not much difference between each individual risk event. This obviously is true for most of our market movements because our market is diversified. If I'm only exposed to market risk, then it's quite predictable because markets, large data points, tend to move together. Low degree of intensity, this is an important point that gets overlooked. It's difficult to model something that happens occasionally with a very high degree of intensity. So there is frequency and there is intensity. If you have something that happens with a lot of intensity, it is very difficult to model it. It doesn't fit well with standardized probability distributions. And last, a low degree of correlation with other risks. If you have risks that are highly correlated, this makes life extremely difficult. I'll take a second and talk about correlation because it's just an unloved statistic. Everybody talks about volatility and everyone knows the formula for volatility off the top of their head, standard deviation, blah, blah, blah. Correlation, nobody really pays much attention to. And why is correlation such a problem? Correlation is also a factor, it's not really a risk per se, but it is a factor that is extremely difficult to isolate and protect against. How would you protect against volatility? You're worried about volatility. What can you do about volatility? Anybody? What are some of the things you could do? Somebody say one thing loudly. Hedging. How would you hedge volatility? I'm worried that the market is going to be volatile. What does volatile mean? Am I worried about the market falling?
Fluctuating.
So you're worried about fluctuation. How can I possibly hedge against up and down? I'm worried about downside risk, I'll hedge. I'm worried about upside risk, I'll hedge. I'm worried about up or down. What exactly is the hedge that you would do here?
Fixed income assets.
Diversify and end up with market risk. You cannot diversify away market risk. It is fundamental. You can only exit the market. Diversification simply cannot work. I'm worried the market is volatile. How can I deal with it? Option, and what would I do with an option? What will I do with a put or a call? You can use a straddle or a strangle. You can use a volatility derivative. However, there is no such product commonly available as a correlation derivative. You can, if you're very, very, very advanced, go to a large bank and ask them to structure a correlation swap. They will charge you a lot of money for it because it's very difficult to model. So correlation is difficult to isolate and difficult to do anything about. It is also a major problem because all your hedging and diversification strategies generally hedge around correlation, right? To hedge something, are you looking for a positive correlation or a negative correlation? You look for negative correlation, right? Everyone knows the two asset formula for volatility of a portfolio. Yes, so you need to have a negative correlation and life is good. But let's say you have a negative historical correlation and then abruptly the correlation itself switches. Your entire hedge falls apart. Right? So correlation is a very large and ignored problem, and this is why when you have some kind of market-wide event, like you have global financial crisis of 2008, you had Russia-Ukraine war, you had COVID, correlations increase, and this causes a lot of problems because nobody, like I said, there is no correlation insurance. So it's very difficult to deal with something like correlation. So for financial risk, what we really love is stable correlations. Okay? Moving forward, geopolitical risk, I've deliberately copied over every single one from the previous slide and reversed it because it's true. Geopolitical events are extremely infrequent. Even in these extremely turbulent times, geopolitical risk does not happen all the time. They are extremely abrupt. Nobody can predict. The impact is large. They are very resistant to closed form model. What's a closed form model? What's an example of a closed form model? Okay, a closed form model is one which can be represented through a single equation. Even if the equation is complicated, you wouldn't have to run something like a simulation. Okay, so Glasgow's model is closed form. Futures pricing model is closed form. CAPM is closed form. Monte Carlo simulation is not closed form. That's an open form model. Okay, so people generally, due to complexity, prefer closed form outcomes, but there is nothing really available for geopolitical events. Outcomes, before I go to outcomes, extremely idiosyncratic. Idiosyncratic means non-repeatable and unique, the opposite of diversifiable. When you predict, when you write your CAPM, you write risk-free rate plus beta times RF minus RF, but there's always an epsilon for error rate and there's always an alpha for idiosyncratic risk. Okay, that is unique to every investment, unique to a company, unique to a bond. Political events are extremely idiosyncratic. Logically, the larger my alpha is, the worse I will be at predicting it. The entire point is I can predict beta because it forms some kind of probability distribution, alphas don't. So with a large alpha or being extremely idiosyncratic, political events are difficult to work out. And last outcomes are very correlated. When there is traditionally, what is the correlation between a fixed income market and the equity market? Positive, negative? Fixed income market and equity market. What's the traditional correlation? Why negative? What's the logic? Anybody know what's the logic? Yeah. Pretty much. We are a capital constrained world. The whole world does not have enough capital to do every single thing it wanted to. You have to choose. So you will choose either debt or you will choose equity or some kind of balance. Depending on your evolving views, you will move money from A to B or B to A. By definition, negatively correlated. What happens when there is a war? Both sink at the same time. So your negative correlation, let's say you put together a lovely little 2-asset portfolio, you took 40% in debt, 50% in equity because you're nice and aggressive. You worked out what your volatility was, you worked out what your PAR was, you're very comfortable that you have enough cash to deal with any kind of negative shock, 99th percentile, all this good stuff. Then the correlation flips from negative to positive. The volatility changes completely. It's like I said, you would have had realistically no defense against this whatsoever. Okay? All right, moving forward now. So what can we do about this? Are we just subject to dealing with geopolitical risk as a big black box, as a blind spot? We'll have to do whatever we can when it happens. Because they are getting more and more common, this obviously isn't much of a strategy. And so most places will have some kind of proprietary way of doing this. This is one very high level framework that is getting more and more popular. And the inspiration, I guess, behind this is, if you look at a geopolitical event like war, which is perhaps the ultimate big geopolitical event, how does somebody who's a general of a country work out what to do in a war? You guys have all seen movies. It's called war gaming, right? They have this big simulation room. They'll say, if we do A, then they'll do B, then we'll do C, then we'll do D, and then finally all this will happen. You work it out, you can fancily call it a simulation, right? Simulation is one of the perhaps only halfway decent ways you could work out the full impact of a geopolitical event, right? And there is some background to this or some basis to this because we already have the concept of stress tests. I think everyone should know what a stress test is. In the US, you run CCAR, comprehensive capital analysis, where you say, if something bad happens, what happens to my positions, right? And general war and increasing correlations is one of them. Those are on a what if basis. But the problem with these is perhaps the most famous kind of a what if or a simulation based output is Monte Carlo simulation. Right? And may be somewhat familiar with Monte Carlo simulation. The Monte Carlo simulation is another bit of a trap because it kind of gives the appearance of it's not closed form. So it feels like this is very reliable. I've run it 10,000 times. I've got this many outputs. Even Monte Carlo simulations rely on a probability distribution. And more worryingly, they rely on the central limit theorem. What's the central limit theorem? Anybody? Central limit theorem? Central limit theorem. Do you have an answer? Take a guess, dude. It's free. One second, he raises his hand first. Don't have to stand up and all.
Yeah, it's like I guess that everything reverts back to the mean, and that if a stock is like dipping, then you can potentially expect it to go back to its mean average.
Close, but at the back. Yeah. No, not really. Central limit theorem is the idea that as you have a large increasing sample size, irrespective of the original underlying probability, if you were to continuously sample from a population, as you increase beyond 20, 30, 40 samples, the probability of the sample size will be normally distributed. Have you guys seen Pascal's triangle? Google it on YouTube. Not Google it on YouTube, search for it on YouTube. Right? Pascal's triangle is a practical example of central limit theorem, foundational to Monte Carlo simulation, foundational to quantitative risk management. And it's a problem because it doesn't necessarily work in all situations, which means Monte Carlo simulation as a standalone is pretty good. It's commonly used. Everybody is using Monte Carlo simulation. Every single large bank is using Monte Carlo simulation. But because it is absolutely tied to central limit theorem, it doesn't necessarily work, especially for geopolitical risk. So what can we change in this simulation that will allow us to liberate ourselves from some of these downsides, like a probability-based thinking? One thing that can be done is introducing a judgment-based factor, or what used to be called expert networks before it stopped being fashionable. It used to be, back in the day, that if you were somebody in finance or an asset manager, what you would do is spend a lot of your time with experts in the field. Professors, academicians, researchers, guys who have spent their lives working in the industry. I'm not talking about financial industry. I'm interested in a chemicals company. I will go talk to a chemistry professor and ask them, hey, how does this process work? Is it actually okay or not? Those used to be called expert networks. Those kind of, they still exist, but they stopped being fashionable because everybody started believing that central limit theorem is real and diversification is real, and you don't have idiosyncratic risk anymore. So the only thing you need to manage is exposure to market risk. And so these have become less and less popular. But for geopolitical risk, you do have people, especially from a military background, who do have a large amount of experience in interpreting signals of what is to happen. Right? So they'll tell you, hey, this is the actual military preparedness of this country, this is what they're willing to do, this is how aggressive they're willing to be. These become judgment-based factors that you can put into your simulation as constraints and not have to rely on blindly saying that, yes, if you throw a lot of balls into a triangle, they form a normal distribution, right? And the judgment-based has its problems. It is extremely subjective. So if you ask 5 experts, you'll get 6 answers. That's the reality, and that's why it kind of fell out of popularity as well. Whereas if I run a Monte Carlo simulation enough number of times, I should get the same answer back every single time, right? Your answer should converge to the same number one for the same sample size. But another major problem with running a blind simulation is blind simulations are horrible at dealing with out of population or out of sample events. Out of sample events means I will take data from the last 5 years and feed it into my simulation and get an output. What happened to something that happened 6 years ago? Or something that has not happened yet? Remember I said geopolitical risk is difficult because it doesn't happen all the time. How can I deal with something that has not happened yet? India and China went to war in the 60s. It's not happened again. What input does this form? Right? So we need to have something that is able to be subjective and good at dealing with out of population / out of sample events. Right? So the final thing I have to say on this particular bit is, I did say just coming up with an idea of what geopolitical risk is as a standalone is pretty meaningless. You would need to still translate this into market, credit, counterparty, settlement, liquidity, all these risks. So I would say that the way this would work is you run a simulation with expert judgment involved, telling you what's the likelihood of a selection of scenarios, which would then have to translate into markets will do this, there's this much market risk, correlations increase, bond markets fall, there are defaults, settlement cycles fail, and things like this. And this is one proposal, and it's an entirely personal concept. And I'm sure there are people doing this already. In fact, I can say that there have been several investor conferences recently where leading, because I saw one with James Stavridis. James Stavridis was the head of NATO for many years. So he was being called in as a consultant to talk to large banks about how to deal with geopolitical risk. he was bringing his expertise, which would then be used in the model to work out, are we capital adequate, as an example here. So at the final output of this, you would ideally want to have, see, you cannot escape things like value at risk because it gives you a number that you need to have. You can't, even if I were to simulate geopolitical risk very well, it will be impossible to quantify. I can't say I have a $2 million geopolitical risk. That doesn't make sense of its own. I can translate it into my variety of metrics, and then it has some meaning. But on its own, it has very little. So this is pretty much the end of what I had to say. Just re-summarize some of the main points I had, is that geopolitical risk is large, outside, tough to model, doesn't follow the parameters of traditional risk management. We took a pleasant detour into some of the drawbacks of modern risk management. And then finally, there's a bit of a high-level framework on how, if I had to do it, how I would deal with geopolitical risk. And I will stop there and take any questions you may have on this topic. Are we doing questions now or both of us together? Okay, if anybody's got any questions, I'm happy to answer.
You can ask your questions now. Thank you, sir, for the kind words.
Of course.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Vikrant, senior batch. And my question to you is that, as you mentioned that quantifying geopolitical risk is very important, then how do industry people do this?
Like I said, it's something that's relatively new. You must remember, for a very long time, risk as a whole, any kind of risk was not particularly quantified. It was, I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen, there are all these memes about how it used to be if you want a housing loan, you went to the bank, and if you had a very firm handshake and you looked the bank manager straight in the eye, you would get a housing loan at a cheap rate, right? Those were things like basis on your character. Stuff like that used to be primary kind of credit risk management. Today, that doesn't happen. People today almost don't even bother about credit score when it's an asset-based lending, right? So quantification of risk is a relatively new topic. Geopolitical risk hasn't yet really been quantified accurately anywhere. There is no well-established procedure or literature on the topic. So what I've outlined here, which is a combination of expert judgment and simulation, is what I think can be a viable approach. But of course, it needs a vast amount of refinement before it becomes practical. Simply put, most people react to geopolitical risk by reacting. When Russia declared war on the Ukraine, a vast amount of the world's assets were tracked in rubles. Those were marked valueless. Every single bank marked all their ruble holdings zero. That is to this day. Right? Now, if they were really good geopolitical management, that's a big event, right? This is not some small local war. That's perhaps one of the big wars that we can talk about today. But a large amount of rubles were trapped there. There's not much. Today, I will say that geopolitical risk is not well defined and not particularly well managed. Most of the time, there is some reactionary stuff to it. That said, if something is evolving at a certain pace, so for example, given the US government's modern look at global trade and its impact on the reliability of the dollar as a global system, gold prices are increasing. This is management of geopolitical risk. Gold prices are rising because central banks are buying. Central banks are buying because they are worried about being frozen out of the dollar system. And why are they worried? Because they think that the US will sanction them tomorrow. Russia is sanctioned. Russia can't use US dollars. North Korea can't use US dollars. So if suddenly tomorrow you are cut off from the dollar system, what do? That's a geopolitical risk. How do you do it? By aggressively buying gold. Now, is this a smart thing to do? I mean, you would not say that I'm hedging my market risk by buying the whole market. Right? If somebody said that, you'd say this is not particularly good risk management because it's expensive and it's difficult to do. But inefficient methods appear to be the only way people can do it, that is by a large overreaction. And so there's a lot of work to be done in this space. I think practically it's mostly reactionary. and there is not reactionary, it is a bit of an overreaction because it's difficult to quantify. If I knew how much risk there was, then we buy exactly that amount of gold. But you don't. That's why gold goes far beyond what it should be.
So one more question.
Sure.
We had a session on AI also, but do you believe like if somehow we take the data of historical data and combine it and give it to the AI, it will give some sort of edge in the quantification part?
AI generally works on probability, and so anything that is not very probable, AI struggles with, and war is not a very probable thing. AI also struggles with things that are idiosyncratic. In fact, I would extend this by saying AI is an evolution of statistics. And what statistics is bad at, AI is by following on bad at it. In geopolitical, this is pretty difficult for an AI to work out what is happening. Just because it hasn't happened too much before. I mean, if you were to look at, geopolitical events don't happen that often. So let's look at 30 years ago. 30 years ago, there was no Twitter. 30 years ago, there wasn't the media coverage there is today. So let's say I fed the Twitter stream of whatever the last decade in, it will not help me identify what happened 30 years ago at all, right? So there's modern trends and modern signals, but because geopolitical events don't happen often enough, they are very resistant to any kind of probability modeling. And AI isn't magic. It looks like magic, it's not. It's an advanced application of fairly well understood statistical tools. So if it's not statistically modelable, AI is unlikely to be super helpful there. That's a personal opinion.
Thanks.
Sure. Anybody else?
That means you are looking for a pattern. That pattern is not available in case of a war.
Exactly.
That's why it's not.
Exactly. So each war is different. The reasons for the war are different. The people taking part is different. The terrain is different. The starting point is different. Who are involved is different. How it ended is different. Everything is so unique. Even India, Pakistan fought 4 wars. None of the 4 wars are similar. Not even one. So how exactly do you model this? One is fought exclusively in the air. One is fought by drones. One is fought in Kargil. One is fought by taking Bangladesh back. Bangladesh is no longer a country that is in the equation at all. So how do we model this? What data can I pick up from 1971 war when Bangladesh itself is not East Pakistan anymore? What data? Tomorrow, Russia keeps half of Ukraine. What data will you use to model Ukraine, which is now 50% in size? These are out of sample, out of population. Make it extremely resistant to any kind of probability. Yeah, sorry.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
My name is Anand. I'm from Senior
Hey,
Bank.
congratulations, you won the quiz.
Thank you, sir. Sir, so my question is, as financial institutions can too not quantify this risk, as a retail investor, what I should do to quantify or eliminate this geopolitical risk?
It's a very difficult thing to do. I mean, if you're talking about being a retail investor who trades on your own behalf, perhaps the best thing you can do is ignore it and just deal with it when it comes. Because there are an infinite number of risks. When you start looking at risk management, you'll find there's risk everywhere. That is why risk acceptance is a very valid methodology. Some risks you are going to have to accept. And you'll accept it as an unknown. I don't know how much this is going to be. And you just have to live with it. That's pretty much the only thing you can do. I do want to point out, guys, I mean, this is just a point that highlighted this. You have to accept risk. There's no such thing as not accepting risk. It feels that risk management, the risk department's job is to shout and yell when risk is taken and say, why is there so much risk? Remove this risk and make it zero. This is not true. Without risk, there cannot be returns. So you have to accept the risk. The only thing the risk department does is, at least you kind of know what kind of risk you are taking on board. That's the only thing it does. Retail investor, you are just going to have to live with it. Just like you'll have to live with sovereign default risk. What were you planning to do if India defaulted tomorrow? Not much, no. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, we'll take 1 or 2 more now.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm
Yep.
Atal Rathi.
Yep.
So I wanted to ask a question on a particular topic.
Sure.
So as BRICS is getting bigger and countries are trying to trade in their local currencies, so instead of US dollar, so do you think India should push harder for making rupee international trade in international trade, or should we move slowly to avoid the risk and economic stability?
Why do you think people don't want Indian rupee? That's a question right back at you. Why do you think people don't adopt the Indian rupee? Why does everybody love US dollar so much? Such a nice currency, we have Gandhi photo now. Why is there a resistance to Indian rupee? Do you know that Indian rupee is not a capital convertible currency? So then, your question lies instantly. How can you have a currency that is not capital convertible? Second biggest economy in the world is? Second biggest economy in the world is? What's the currency of China? Why is that not the reserve currency of the world? Try taking yuan out of China and see what happens. It's not capital convertible. You can only transfer 500,000 yuan a day. It's not convertible. Right? As long as India is a very closed economy. We have very small exports. Our currency is not convertible. You cannot bring FIRA and FIMA exist. You can't invest abroad easily. Foreigners cannot invest in India easily. Right? With all these problems, it is unrealistic to believe that India will ever realistically have rupee as a reserve currency. We tried to trade with Russia in rupees, right? Russia said, cool, we take the rupees, and then Russia didn't know what to do with the rupees. Right? Because India is the only one who wants the rupees back. Nobody else wants it. So before we do that, there's a lot of economic reform that needs to happen, and that needs political will. And I won't say that's likely or not, but the reality is the current economic setup of India does not lend itself to be some kind of reserve currency. Yeah. Okay. I think I guys were short on time. Yeah. Okay. Then go ahead. I didn't talk for very long. No?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Prakash Saki from the junior batch. I want to ask one thing. We talked about arbitrage on the previous slides. So I want to ask one thing that last year Japan stock market crashed because of the arbitrage policy. And what Japan did was it strengthened its monetary policy to tackle US. And it must have calculated its risk, but still it crashed.
Are you talking about the yen dollar carry trade?
Yes, yes.
What is yen dollar carry trade?
Like it was used for the arbitrage trading.
How so? How so?
Like people
Describe to me how somebody picked up a yen dollar carry arbitrage.
No, I'm just saying that last year.
No, but there's an arbitrage that collapsed. How did it collapse? What was the arbitrage?
People used to just invest somewhere and use that investment to invest back in Japan and get, because there was a low interest rate in Japan.
Other way around, certainly. But okay, I'll just take a second here. The yen dollar carry trade is fairly straightforward. Monetary policy in Japan maintains interest rates at artificially low amounts, cheap to borrow. I can borrow in Japan cheap, I can lend in the US expensive, but then when I take it back, what should happen? What should happen when I convert it back to yen? What should happen? It's called covered interest parity. Future FX rates must account for the difference in interest rates. You can predict future FX rates by simply taking the difference in interest rates. However, because the Japanese government was printing yen at such an advanced level, they were artificially keeping the yen low. Otherwise, the yen should have appreciated and closed the gap. Therefore, this is not arbitrage. It was a risky trade which relied exclusively on the goodwill of the Japanese Bank of Japan to continue keeping the interest rates low. Why did it collapse? Arbitrage cannot collapse. It can only shrink. Arbitrage collapsed because the Bank of Japan stopped printing money, stopped keeping the rates low. Rates automatically rose. Automatically the FX rates corrected, and there was a loss on people who had an open trade. That is not arbitrage. There's something called statistical arbitrage. This is a misnomer. There is no such thing. True arbitrage is when you have instant offsetting transactions for the identical amount of risk but different values. That is true arbitrage. What you are describing is not. What you are describing is, in a way, interest rate arbitrage, dependent on Bank of Japan keeping rates low. When they reversed it, it closed. Was that a question, or was this just a prompt for me to lecture you a little bit? Okay? Sorry, if you do things like this will happen. Okay, now I'm being kicked off. Thank you guys for your time. We'll talk later. I'm here till tomorrow. So we'll talk later. Thank you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing such enlightening perspectives.
Next, we have with us Mr. Maz Ansari. He is currently a Vice President at Axis Capital Limited. He is a seasoned professional with over 20 years of experience driving success in the finance and banking sector, with deep expertise in institutional equities and capital markets, CRM, ECM, prime capital introduction, and investor relations. He is a profitability champion and a strategic thinker, building client relationships and nurturing client requirements. A proven global team leader with a knack for innovation, he brings clear vision and roadmap of solutions that drive results.
Today, Sir will shed light on high frequency trading, an advanced form of algorithmic trading where powerful computers execute thousands of trades in fractions of a second to capitalize on even the smallest market fluctuations. Over to you, sir.
Hi everybody. Thank you for hosting me today at the event. I'm really grateful for the invite and I've heard my colleagues who have been invited equally at the event. I'm very thankful for the entire management team over here, especially Kedara and another girl who had helped me reach over here. Thank you for all. It was a very complimenting session throughout the day. Very great hospitality, and I'm here to just share a few things which are outside the box, which many people, especially the students, wants to know. They have a lot of doubts in mind, and following that, I'll start with the presentation. So just want to give a brief about myself a little bit, so that you understand how the journey starts, how the crunching happens, and how you stand over here tomorrow and then lead the different audience out there after a couple of years. So I started my career at a humble grounds, completing my Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Statistics. Post that, I want to pursue masters, but because of financial difficulties, I had to start working. So I started my career with a BPO firm named eFunds, which doesn't exist anymore today, but today it is absorbed into a Fidelity Information Services. Thereafter, I got a breakthrough to work with a very big name in the industry called Lehman Brothers. There I started with the mortgage capital division, selling subprime mortgages back then in 2004 to 2007. And then everybody has heard the story about Lehman Brothers, some different decisions taken, some difficulties in the market, some anomalies, and Lehman went down. Post that, I was lucky enough to sail the ship. I got absorbed into Nomura. I was leading the team of global markets over there as a client strategy specialist. So I manage a team of 5 people over there. Then I got an invite from Goldman Sachs to set up a global support team for prime capital markets. And I started a journey with Goldman Sachs, learning on various aspects of FX, prime brokerage, alternative, especially the hedge funds. And then I came to Credit Suisse, just to keep it concise. Credit Suisse also allowed me to explore more on the Asian market side, evolving from the knowledge which I learned at Goldman Sachs, being a global market specialist over there, focus on prime brokerage, and then Credit Suisse again went back. So I had been into tough situations time and again, but finally, currently I'm at Access Capital, again leading a team of client relationship management, where I partner with a lot of sales people who do the distribution part of our research generated in house. I don't know if anybody have heard of the name called Neelkan Mishra. He is a global economist for India. He works with the financial advisory team of Indian government currently. He is also co-chairman of UIDAI, and probably he is the sponsor for me at Access Capital to start my journey. So that's about it. So I just want to pass on the message, right? Everybody sitting out here as a student, right? You will start somewhere. My pitch for you and moral booster for you is rather than looking for a job, look for the different problems we have in Indian subcontinent and try to be an entrepreneur before looking for a job. Give it at least a thought. I know you will fall and rise again, but we have to take that initiative somewhere. Somebody wants to do civil services, fantastic. Somebody wants to start a job, fantastic. But I would say India is dealing with a lot of problems, and just my friend said why Indian currency is not acceptable in the market. So we have to work with the government. You need to be part of that franchise, make decisions, make policies which will make India a front country, maybe a number two or maybe number one country tomorrow. Thank you. Let us start with the presentation. So I will be talking more about the high frequency trading. Now this slide is more specialized for the beginners because this is a kind of a subject which is dealt with some institutional players in the market. It is not a kind of a retail trading aspect. So let's first understand what are different types of trading we have in the market, right? There are different types of trading in the market. I hope I'm clear enough. Yeah, so starting with trading, in our world, Access Capital, I deal with my trading team, which has two major fronts. One is high touch trading and one is low touch trading. So high touch trading is basically a trading front where you actually customize basis, deal with different buy side clients. It can be your mutual funds, it can be your pension funds, it can be an insurance company, it can be different wealth management firms and even PMS firms, portfolio management services firms. So it's a more kind of a B2B model rather than a retail model. So we service those kind of things. Then it comes a low touch trading where we allow the clients to trade through our elbows, where they come in at a low fee, trade large volumes, and they give us a spread which is a bread and butter for a firm like us. Now moving on to algorithmic trading. Algorithmic trading is mostly based on the factors that were one of my friends earlier introduced. We design algos with a specific objective, and we have a design algorithm for a specific output. That is the first part, which is algorithmic trading. Secondly, there are many other trading factors. I will focus on the three major one: high frequency trading, which we'll talk more about today. High frequency trading is a trading factor model where lot of trades are executed within a blink of an eye, as already detailed earlier. Then comes the ECNs. ECN trading is basically more related to the FX market, where there are two different players in the market, both facilitate the buy side and the sell side and create a liquidity in the market, and that becomes a ECN trading platform. There is a smart routing platform, which is again an advanced platform where most of the trades are routed through different channels, where we have specialized technology services, where we have better internet speeds, and where we have better bid and ask rates. So broadly, we can categorize trading into three major platforms. One is algorithmic trading, high frequency trading, and ECN tradings. Now, if you move ahead and deep dive about what is high frequency trading. High frequency trading is mostly where a computer is used at a chip level or at a or you can say at the algorithmic level where a specific algorithm is designed and the trades are executed at a speed of 1000 seconds trades per second. And for this example, we have a lot of trading firms who exist in the market and who helps turn out big capital chunk into profitability factors or the loss factors. Let's move to the next part, which is what is the correlation between hedge fund, HFT trading and traditional trading. So if you look at the HFT trading requires very high speed mechanisms, which requires high frequency computers, whereas the traditional trading can be done on a normal basis, what you, me, and everybody does in the market. Decision making for the high frequency trading is mostly automatic or a pre-designed algorithm, whereas traditional trading occurs based on human effort. Again, if you move to the volume factor, the frequency of high frequency trading is extremely high and it goes into milliseconds. Whereas on the traditional trading side, it can be absorbable and it is open to the market. So it is different from different players in the market. For institutional players, the platform provided by the market is much more better than the retail traders. Now, holding period for HFT trading is very short, very minimal. As you say, it is executed in a blink of eye. So the timing of holding period for HFT is very minimalistic. Whereas for the traditional trading, it can be from days to weeks to months, and it is dependent upon the human strategy. The objective of the hedge fund high frequency trading is more to capture micro profits because there is huge fluctuations happening and the mispricing happening in the high frequency trading, which can be captured by the high profile algorithms set up by different high frequency trading firms. Whereas for the traditional trading, it is a kind of an emotional aspect, it is kind of a geopolitical aspect, it is a kind of a thematic aspect based on which traditional trading is performed. Moving on to the next slide, now the need for speed, how HFT exactly works. Now for you and me, HFT is kind of a magic in its own way. Why I say this? Because the latency is very high. The latency is very low over here. I'm so sorry. The latency is very low over here because the trades are executed within few seconds. How and why HFT exists? For HFT to exist, there is a lot of data ingestion which is required from the market in terms of data sets, which is fed into an algorithmic system. It reads the data, it analyzes, and after analysis, a specific decision is taken based on the model design in the algorithm, and it executes the trade within few seconds. Execution of these trades are automatically done by the system. If the order does not suitably match the requirement of the algorithm, it executes the cancellation of the orders within the blink of eye, just like it executes the trade for profitability or the loss. So moving on to the next slide, what are the common HFT strategies we can see in the market? The most common HFT strategies which exist in the market are mostly market making, latency arbitrage, statistical arbitrage, and momentum ignition. Now, if I talk more about market making, players like Citadel, players like Virtue Financial, players like Tower Research Capital, do a lot of market making in global and regional markets. What market making does is it is easier to have the price discovery of a specific stock or a specific index. That helps for the market making. For the latency arbitrage, the orders are executed even before the larger picture of a geopolitical or a thematical or a macro level event is happening. The trades are already sent to the system, and as soon as that information is fed into the system and the market reacts, the latency arbitrage comes into effect, and people make profit out of it. Statistical arbitrage is nothing between basically a difference or inefficiency of pricing of different stocks and indices in the market. Now let's talk about what is the technology used behind high frequency trading. Now the very first aspect is very exciting and interesting is the co-location of how the HFT firms work. So for co-location, we need to have servers very close to the exchanges, which is what gives the advantage for the HFT firms to process the trade faster. Basically, it is as good as saying the less is the distance, the execution is faster, and they have most of the computer systems or they are advanced systems placed very close to the what you say exchanges in different markets, which is what we are talking about the co-location. And custom hardware. One of my friends did specify on this, certain CPUs or chips are designed in such a way that it does not need to go from step one to step two. the code is built in the microchip itself, which saves the time from traveling from one chip to the another chip. So it is a very micro level thing which allows HFT to perform better and faster. The third aspect is high speed networks. High speed networks is basically nothing but the internet frequency through the fiber optics technology today, or how nicely the computer hardware is designed to process one packet of information from one place to another. And lastly, advanced algorithms. Advanced algorithms are not very complex algorithms, but a very simplified way of writing algorithm where the loops are smaller. The bigger the loops, the time consumed is larger. If the loops are smaller, the time consumed is less. So advanced algorithms are mostly designed in small formats and executes faster. So which is why most of the HFT firms try to simplify the complex algorithms into small aspects to get the execution faster. Now, why we see HFT is one of the enabling aspect in the market. HFT's impact is sometimes positive and sometimes negative. Why positive? Because it helps increase liquidity in the market. It helps in the price discovery of a specific stock or a specific index in the market, just to keep it relevant for you. Another thing, like if you are going through a broker or a facilitator where you can call them as a middleman, it helps reduce your outgoing cost if you are taking a facilitation through a brokerage platform. So the spreads are tighter, you get the trades cheaper, which is why the HFT trades help enable price discovery, and the bid and ask rates are facilitated faster. Now, what are the downsides of it? What are the risks and the different controversies we see for the HFT usage in the market? For the HFT firms to exist, there's a lot of systematic risk. Now, why we have systematic risk? Because there can be a miss, or we can say untested model which is inbuilt into an algorithm. It can go so bad that it can wipe out the capital of a specific fund in a millisecond. And this has happened with certain examples which I'll come across in the next few slides. Second bad aspect about HFT is unequal access. Basically, HFT is meant for people who have large computer systems, large complex management systems, and they have a big capital to invest. So basically, they dominate the market. Now, phantom liquidity. So let's say if there is a liquidity in the market, right, and HFT cancel most of the orders and there is no price discovery, right, the liquidity goes short from the market, and retail players or mid-term players faces a lot of liquidity issue, and because of which a lot of the trading aspects are in a limbo where most of the trades get cancelled or cannot get fulfilled. The last aspect and important aspect is about the regulatory scrutiny. It is very difficult to regulate all the aspects of black boxes. Most of these HFT firms which design these algorithms are kind of a black box. Now, the regulatory firm have to do some back testing, you have to do front testing to see if the model is ethical and if it's not overpassing the set circuit breakers, set limits, and it's not reaching the parameters which are set by the regulatory firms. Which is why this is an important aspect. Now, the next question, if you ask me, can you and me do a HFT transaction, or can I be involved in a HFT transaction? The answer in a simple way is no, because for HFT trading to happen, you need to have a very advanced system. You need to have a co-location access, means you need to have a goodwill with the exchanges, which is a kind of an institutional level connectivity on a communication aspect. Plus, a lot of money is involved to invest in systems, and hence it is very limited for a retail investor to invest that money to have the facilitation done. And secondly, you also need a specialized talent because most of these firms are quant firms. And for that, to my knowledge, you need to be a minimum PhD to understand how the stats model work, you have to do a lot of back testing, you have to do regression analysis of different situations. So you need a lot of knowledge inside to execute such trades in the system. And alongside, you need accessibility to such systems. Now, to overcome these challenges, there have been certain regulations which have been into the market by different countries. For example, Europe has established a MiFID II protocol which takes care of various aspects which for the firms which perform HFT. Then in the US, we have a Dodd-Frank Act, right? And then to curb, stock level or index level parameters, we have circuit breakers of 5%, 10%, 15% based on the each regulatory model. And I think most of the part for the regulatory aspect is covered from me. Now I'll take you through some famous HFT events which has occurred in the past, and this gives us an insight like how things have went bad. So the famous crash was on May 6, 2010, when the DJI index fell badly by 1,000 points, and it currently wiped out around $1 trillion of market cap. The good part is it regained back 600 points by the end of the day. But it was a learning for many people, and hence a lot of regulations like MiFID, Dodd-Frank, and other regulations in the Asian markets came into existence. The second best example is the Knight Capital incident, where 440 million shares were sold out within a span of 45 minutes, and it was an erroneous trade. Again, a wrong example, putting the wrong model into the algorithm, and hence this glitch happens. And the final one is a BATS IPO glitch. This is famous because here the Apple stock was mispriced, and hence at the end of the day the trade was cancelled for the IPO launch. Now, as I spoke earlier, there are some major players in HFT which I have worked in the past, and I'm currently working with Axis Capital with one of these clients. The number one client is Citadel Securities. There are many players like this. We have Tower Research Capital, we have Virtue Financial, we have Jump Trading, we have in India we have Graviton, which works in the HFT domain, and there are more names to it. And all these firms are high frequency trading firms where you need a specialized talent, where you need to be a computer scientist, you need to be a PhD point specialist to work in these firms, because you have to do a lot of statistical models over there. So what if you cannot do HFT, high frequency trading? So there are people at a retail level or kind of a evolved management firm who helps you execute different trading factors like swing trading, momentum trading, and algorithmic trading. So although you do not have the liberty or luxury of doing the high frequency trading, you can still do swing trading, you can still do momentum trading, you can still do algorithmic trading, building your own algorithms. So I think in one of the previous presentations, there was a very specific, simplistic algorithm design. You can set parameters like top 50 funds by market capitalization. Then you can check for their Sharpe ratio. You can check for their Sortino ratio, which helps you calculate the downside deviation risk. Based on that, you can design and test on a small amount of money if you want to play around with the market at the retail section. So there are avenues to evolve from A to B, B to C. But if you want to be a HFT trader tomorrow, you have to be super smart person. You have to do a lot of statistical modeling done. You have to understand the risk management system as well and proceed from there. Now, what is the future of HFT and where are we going with high frequency trading? So, as specialized earlier, we are moving into the era of quantum computing. where we are looking for answers at a very high level in a lot of scientific experiments, and which is why quantum computing will help regain ground for HFT and will also help evolve this side of the trading. Along with this, for HFT to grow, we also need to have some regulation parameters to curb the nuisances which are explored by these HFT firms, whether they are doing ethically right or they are breaching the set market limits or they are accepting the circuit breakers or not. So to do that deep dive, we need to have a thorough regulatory model around it. And I think for the HFT, we have already spoken much on the AI and machine learning side. I don't want to repeat myself on that front. Most of the people have heard since morning on that subject. Now, what is the final key takeaway if you talk about high frequency trading? So, my very first point says it's a double-edged sword. If executed nicely within the parameters of regulatory, right? And if you are making profits, I think it is a fantastic tool to have and to explore at a institutional side. Obviously, a retail person cannot execute such kind of trading because it's very risky and it needs a large capital. Now, why I call it double-edged sword? With a positive, it also comes with a negative side, and we have seen the risk of it. Second is as I already said, it is more meant for the institutional clients. And when I say institutional clients, people with the capital of more than 500 million and above can trade in this kind of strategies. Third point is, along with the growth of HFT, I think most of the regulatory from different countries are hiring from these firms and understanding how their models are built and slowly asking these firms to lay out the roadmap, how they design their FOs, how they restrict the parameters, what needs to be known, what not needs to be known, everything is taken care by the regulatory oversight. And I can also say, or I can vouch for this, that this is one of the alternative investment sites, though it is itself a trading platform. Now, just to sum it up, I think if you want to explore it further, you have to invest your time understanding stats a lot. You have to understand what is quant. You have to understand probability in detail, right? You need to understand what is risk management and how to avoid missteps in different aspects of high frequency trading. And based on that, you can build up yourself and build skills to reach that level. But if you ask me today to reach over there, you need at least a PhD because two of my friends who completed their masters are now pursuing their PhD in computer science, and one of them is interning at Citadel currently. So that is the message from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those thought-provoking insights. Now, we'll open the floor for a short Q&A round.
Hi everybody, thanks for listening in. I think I try to keep it short. If any questions, please let me know. Yes, please go ahead.
Frequency became too high.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Vikrant again. So, as you mentioned, that HFT carries a lot of risk, systematic risk, geological risk. So, why do you, sorry, why do institutions and others do this HFT trading a lot? Because, as you know, Warren Buffett, Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, the Warren Buffett of India, used to do traditional trading and he earns a lot of fluctuation. So how it is advantageous for them?
So basically, high frequency trading is meant for the players who are planning to make money with the quick adaptability of arbitrage effect, right? So high frequency trading is largely meant for arbitrage stuff. Now, if you want to earn different arbitrage, like latency arbitrage, event which happens across the globe, right? By the time you think you go and execute a trade, these people have already built an algorithm. They have experts sitting in house who have designed the algorithm based on the model, and they send the trades into the system and they execute as soon as the markets open. And they have access to multiple markets. So when I talk about the high frequency trading firm, right? They do not do a single market trade. They have access to multiple markets or accessibility where they can execute their trade over the counter through a derivative platform or maybe through a exchange platform. So for that, you need to have complex infrastructure in place where the models are prepared by your scientists or the people who are smart enough to predict and design the model in a short span of time. So a person like Rakesh Junjunwala takes a long position largely, and he benefits out of trades which are long-term trades. So he is a seasoned trader and he takes most of the positions on a fundamental and a technical aspect of a stock or maybe indices. These firms are equipped to do trades which usually trades for a price inefficiency or price discovery based models. Yeah.
Good evening, sir. My name is, good afternoon, sir. My name is Ali Murad from the junior batch. You said that HFTs help in measuring market liquidity and also the price discovery. But there is a certain debate around that it also increases the market volatility.
Yeah, it does to a certain extent. So basically, what happens if the markets are not making momentum, right? Usually, these players play a market making role where they increase the liquidity in the market for the bid and ask rate, right? So the kind of orders these firms placed are not limited to a specific sector. They place trades across the market, and which is why the bid and ask orders which are placed in the market needs to be fulfilled. Let's say I place a pricing of a specific stock and I want to buy a certain volume at a specific price, right? But if the market is nimble and it is static and it is not moving and the price discovery is not happening, the bid offers are not getting fulfilled or the ask offers are not getting fulfilled, how will the market facilitate each other, right? For anything to be bought, there has to be a sell item, right? So in that regard, these people execute trades in the market in such a way that it increases liquidity in the market, which helps the bid and ask trades to be getting fulfilled on a large scale. So this is a continuous effort in today's market. These firms keep trading. It is unknown to your knowledge at a detail level, but it keeps happening on a timely basis.
But sir, since the since the market it is liquid, the HFT. So isn't it given that the buyers for if you are selling listing the price, the buyers are easier to find since the liquidity is high in this.
No, I didn't get your last question. Can you please repeat
The
that?
liquidity is high with HFT. So isn't it given that it is very easy to find buyers for what you're selling?
So see, there are certain trades which are which can be misused as insider trading in a way. So here, the regulatory knows that the number of trades are specifically pushed into the market, both on the buy side and the sell side, in such a way that it allows price discovery to happen, and because of which your orders get fulfilled for both bid and ask.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir. My name is Sanjay Bansal from Junior Bank. So my question is, as how do you assess the current role of HTS in the Indian market? Do you believe the rising incidents of manipulation or rising or structural imbalances becoming the systematic risk in this, and how do you believe the balance evolving in the SEBI tightening the norms and the order to trade norms are there. So how they
See, India is a tightly regulated market, right? And SEBI is a kind of a watchdog for us. From time to time, they take independent decisions based on the case studies they do with different firms. Now, in India, high frequency trading is an evolving phenomenon, right? As of now, there are very limited number of firms who are registered in India and are doing high frequency trading. For that, there are certain parameters which are established, taking different asks from different players. Like Citadel, if they want to trade a high frequency trading in the market, they have been given a limit that beyond this you cannot do a high frequency trading. Your limit order should be in this range. So there are a lot of stops and checkovers which allows us to regulate the market in a better way. In terms of systematic risk, as I said, there are certain volumes beyond which you cannot trade. So even if you are want to do a market making, you have to maintain a limit of how much you create a liquidity or help with the price discovery of a specific stock or index. So honestly saying, the retail investors do not even get a blink of information of what is happening in the HFT domain. But basically, you can just imagine it as if the market has to be, see, if I want to trade a market, right, there needs to be some kind of volatility or a price with this pricing to be there, so that I can buy at a higher price or buy at a lower price, and similarly do the sell side also. If the prices are not moving and there is no market liquidity, right, there is no price discovery, the stocks are static, even the fundamentals are increasing, there is no buy and sell. So these people come into the market, they create a momentum in the market based on which other traders come and bid for certain securities. Then some trader comes and they want to sell their stocks in the market. So just to basically you can say they are a guiding path for us in a way to create liquidity in the market. But honestly saying, you cannot absorb when the market making is happening. You cannot basically see that thing.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you to all our distinguished speakers for such insightful and impactful sessions. Your words have truly broadened our understanding of finance and its future direction.
As we conclude Privitti 2025, we reflect on a day marked by insight and forward-looking dialogue. The first half explored the transformative impact of AI, automation, and the rise of new investment classes such as private credit and digital assets. The second half offered critical perspectives on high-frequency trading and the influence of geopolitical dynamics on capital markets. Together, these discussions provided a comprehensive view of a rapidly evolving financial landscape. We leave with greater clarity, deeper understanding, and a renewed commitment to shaping the future of finance with purpose and precision.
To formally extend our appreciation, I would now like to invite Professor Ashok Kumar Mishra to deliver the vote of thanks for the second half of the meeting.
पता नहीं ये तो पेपर रोमन लिखा हुआ है
जहाँ तक ये शैडो में किसने देखो फर्स्ट टाइम क्या है हमारे किसी ने किया हुआ देखो पूछो
अंजी की ये वाला दीजिए
So for this session, I extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to both the eminent speakers, Mr. Rahul Raghavan and Mr. Marjan, sorry, for their expertly guiding us through the interplay of geopolitics and capital markets that reminds us that trust is the fundamental currency in the global system, and how this HFT, this high frequency trading technology, has transformed and reset the finance today. Thank you very much, and I'll request Anmol, please take the session forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We would now like to felicitate our distinguished panelists as a token of appreciation for their time, wisdom, and invaluable contributions today. I request Professor Ankit Biswal to kindly come forward and present the token of gratitude.
I request Professor Dr. Shekhar Mishra to come forward and present a token of gratitude to Mr. Maz Ansari.
All right, everyone. It's time once again to put your minds and your reflexes to the ultimate test. Welcome back to Mind Sprint Round 2, where speed meets strategy and only the quickest fingers rise to the top. The rules are the same as the first round. So gear up, everyone. May the fastest minds win, and let's make this round even more thrilling than the last.
तो अभी जब तक क्विज चल रहा है चलते हैं पीछे देगा ऋषिकेश सब आप ड्रैग कर फोटो स्क्रीन करनी है और फोटो को करके उसको बिग स्क्रीन करना है फिर कैमरा ऑफ कैसे होता है वो मत करो क्लिक मत करो कैमरा का ऑफ कैमरा को ऑफ कर लास्ट में ही कर दूंगा मेन स्क्रीन नहीं करूँगा शेयर स्क्रीन यहाँ से ना इसका माइक्रोफोन ऑन नहीं है इसका माइक्रोफोन नहीं है मुझे बोलता हूँ इसका अकाउंट ये डिलीट करवाइए एक कमेंट आया तो वो भी करना
Everyone is requested to join the quiz, scanning the QR code on your screen.
ज्वाइन क्यों नहीं हो रहा है मत कर वहाँ पे बुला नहीं पाएगा ना स्टेज पे तो जीतेंगे तो नहीं। बोलना जीत के आइए।
In 30 seconds, we will start the quiz. So please join quickly.
चंद्रदेव कृष्णा डालमिया।
I'll be beginning the quiz now. The first question is on your screen right now. The correct answer was option B. Moving on to the next question. It's on your screen right now. Time's up. The correct answer was again option B. Moving on to the next question. It's on your screen right now. It's time. The correct answer was spoofing option A. Moving on to the next question. The correct answer was option C. This is the fifth question on your screen right now. The correct answer was indeed option A.
So now let's move to the sixth question on your screen right now. The correct answer, option B. So now moving forward to the seventh question.
पता नहीं भाई कुछ तो कर दिया मैंने।
The correct answer, option C, energy and defense. Now the eighth question. The correct answer, option A, Low valuation multiples. Now let's move forward to the ninth question. The answer option B. Now the last question, the 10th question. The correct answer option B. I will show the leaderboard. A huge round of applause for all our participants for keeping the energy so high for us. And special congratulations to our top scorer, Sarthak Gupta, Subir and Anurag. Now I invite Abhimanyu sir to present the awards to the winners. Let's give everyone one final thunderous round of applause.
कैमरा के सामने कैमरा
And finally, as we approach the close of today's event, I would like to invite Avni Jain, the Deputy Coordinator of Infinix, to deliver the closing thank you note and mark the formal conclusion of Privitti 2025.
A very good evening to one and all. On behalf of Infinix, the Student Finance Committee of Exile University, it is my distinct honor to propose the vote of thanks for our annual business conclave, Privitti 2025. What a truly insightful and thought-provoking day it has been. As Satya Nadella said, longevity in this business is about being able to reinvent yourself or invent the future. Today, we have witnessed a convergence of minds dedicated to inventing that very future. First and foremost, my heartfelt gratitude to our Reverend Vice Chancellor, Dr. Father K.S. Casimir S.J., Registrar, Father S. Anthony Raj S.J., CFO, Dr. Father Arugya Das B.S.J., our Dean, Dr. Pradyumna Kumar Mohanty, our Associate Dean, Dr. Ashok Kumar Mishra, and a special thanks to our Faculty Coordinator for Infinix, Professor C. Abhimanyu Sahu, and all the faculties of S School of Commerce for their invaluable support. Your unwavering guidance has been a pillar of strength throughout this journey. I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed speakers. Your presence and willingness to share your profound expertise have been the cornerstone of this event's success. Your insights into our theme, Shaping Tomorrow's Market, Technology, Trust and Transformation, have not only illuminated the path forward, but have also ignited a new spark of curiosity and ambition within all of us. Thank you for taking out time off your demanding schedules to guide the financial leaders of tomorrow. An event of this magnitude would not be possible without the seamless efforts of our support teams. A special thank you to Team Illuminatics, the media team, and the IT team for their excellent coverage and support which have helped amplify the reach and impact of this event. Thank you to all the staff members of the School of Commerce, especially Dheer sir, Deepika ma'am, Preeti ma'am, and Aparajita ma'am for all your support and assistance. Your help is greatly appreciated. I would also like to thank the Bhainas whose tireless behind-the-scenes efforts ensured the smooth and flawless functioning of this entire event. A huge round of applause for the student organizers, to the Infinite Core team, and all the shadow members. Your dedication, hard work, and meticulous planning have been the driving force behind Privitti's success. Finally, I want to extend a sincere thank you to all the students. Your engaging questions, active involvement, and cooperation have transformed this conclave into a truly interactive and dynamic forum. Your enthusiasm has added great energy to this event, and we look forward to organizing more enriching experiences in the future. Once again, thank you all for making Privitti 2025 a grand success.
Thank you, Agni. I now request the leaders, the faculty members, and the team members of Infinix to come forward for the photo shooting.
अबे नहीं ऑन किए नहीं थे तो कर तो रहे थे जबरदस्ती क्यों करता है
All students are requested to stay back. Guys, please come forward for a photograph.
हम मालूम है साइड हटाओ तू अच्छा जा खड़े यहाँ से लिए ऋषिका गर्ग ऋषिका थोड़ा सा साइड हो जाओ ले ले अब खुशी मैंने मंगा
Alright, 3, 2,
1 नहीं बार बार मत कराइए जबरदस्ती बार बार आराम से अंजलि अंजलि वो कैमरा के सामने कर रही है अंजलि वो अंजलि को बुला लो अंजलि फोटो डाल दूं कि चलने दो मतलब फोटो लगा दो स्ट्रीम कर ये मत कर भाई क्या एंड स्ट्रीम कर दो पूछो पक्का एंड स्ट्रीम कर दो बोली 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 हाँ बोली पूछने वाला आता है जा पूछ क्या अरे अंजलि बता देगा अरे पूछ भाई वैसे बच्चा कह दे स्ट्रीम कवर कोई बात नहीं जा जा
Everyone, there's one last photo to be taken. Thank you so much for your patience. Can everyone just take a seat and fill the first few benches?
शुभांगी को बोल
We want to take an entire photo.
जल्दी पूछो बता ओए अंजलि से मार दूं कर दूं एंड स्ट्रीम ये लगे तू चुप कर तू साल इसका पता